From Pasadena, California, Happy New Year. WCBN is excited to cover the 110th annual Rose Bowl game between two college football greats, the Crimson Tide of Alabama and the Wolverines of Michigan. Good evening, everyone, and welcome into our coverage. I'm Owen Crain. I'll be hosting tonight's pregame show, while Kelin Flynn, Dan Olson, and William Gregory will have our game coverage. Let's talk about the Rose Bowl. Tonight, the 110th edition of this game in a stadium that opened in 1922, the first radio broadcast, a tradition will carry on today in 1926. 92,542 are expected to fill the bowl tonight, a sold-out crowd in a stadium that has hosted Super Bowls, BCS National Championships, and of course, the greatest bowl game in college football. Michigan inaugurated the Rose Bowl in 1902 when they beat Stanford 49-0. And tonight, they look to advance to the national championship with a win over Alabama. Certainly two greats meeting tonight. Michigan with 1,002 wins, the most in college football. Alabama with the second most, 965. I'm excited to welcome in John Tondora and Connor Eargood of the Michigan Daily as we preview this Michigan program. John and Connor, it's fantastic to have you with me.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us, Owen.
Very excited for you to be joining me on the broadcast today. Let's start off. You write for the Michigan Daily for the Michigan football beat. Let's start with that. What does that entail? What's that like as a student?
Well, to start off, it's a lot of going to press conferences, a lot of travel, a lot of writing. Just like anything on the Daily, we cover all 27 varsity sports at Michigan, but football usually is the granddaddy of them all, just like the Rose Bowl. Every game, home or away, we're at covering, doing game coverage, doing midweeks, features, the whole 9 yards, we're doing it.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Connor. You know, we've been there. You know, if you were out there with us, whether for WCBN or reading our content, we were in Nebraska, traveling through Iowa, facing up against Iowa and Indianapolis. If there's a game there, we'll be there. I couldn't have said it better, Connor.
And then just before we get into the Michigan preview, on a daily basis as a student in between your classes, what does it look like covering this Michigan football program?
A whole lot of writing and not a lot of sleep. I think that's the best way to put it. Considering how much news breaks out of this program, you know, when you're covering one of the best programs in the nation, there's a lot of storylines, there's a lot of things that pop up, and the Daily's always on top of them as best as we can. And you know, sometimes sacrificing sleep or sleeping on a little Motel 6 bed. So, you know, not a whole lot of sleep is the best way to put it, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
The student radio station knows the Motel 6 hotels a little too well. Let's talk about this Michigan program. Let's begin with the scouting report. It's a very talented team, but there have been some questions, especially about offensive production. Can J.J. McCarthy throw the ball against this Alabama defense? What are your thoughts?
You know, it's going to be a tall order, that's for sure. I actually had the privilege and opportunity to write a column on this topic earlier in the week, and you know, I laid it out flat and clean, and I'll give it to you just the same, Owen. J.J. McCarthy needs to play his best game of football today. It sounds like a tall order. I know it does, but not just in the maize and blue, not just from your high school film, not just in middle school beating up on some kids who maybe are even smaller than you. He needs to play the best game of his football career if he wants to find some success against a talented secondary in Alabama. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Dallas Turner coming in off the edge. We know how explosive this Alabama offense can be.
I agree with that, John, and I think the biggest issue for JJ is the offensive line in front of him. You saw Michigan's best offensive lineman in Zach Zinner have a pretty gruesome leg injury. He's still here. He's still supporting his team, and the team has said throughout the week that they're really inspired by his presence, but his presence won't be on the field. Right now, Carson Barnhart moved over to guard. Trente Jones is at right tackle. Trente Jones has only played part of the Ohio State game and the Big Ten Championship. He isn't coming in as a super experienced guy, and obviously Zach Zinter, irreplaceable, first-team All-American, one of the best offensive linemen in the country. So how they stack up against a pretty talented Alabama unit, I think could define the game for JJ. No matter how good he plays and how he prepares, he's going to need help, and he's going to need protection in front of him.
We had the opportunity to speak with some of those Alabama defenders and J.J. McCarthy in the lead-up to this game during the media days. What were your thoughts on how they seemed, their respect for one another, what they expected from tonight's game?
Alabama's confident, we'll put it that way. You know, there's been much made about how it seems at times that Alabama were to be the 1 seed today and not Michigan, you know, coming off an SEC championship, summiting the former number one team in the country in Georgia. Alabama's defense, their offense, they're ready. When we spoke with them earlier this week, they seemed calm, cool, and collected. It almost feels as though it looks to be Michigan trying to pull an upset, at least emotionally this week.
And Michigan's embraced that. They've mentioned that they like being underdogs, and they like this sort of vibe around the game, right? It's Bama. You're never going to face a bigger opponent than this. Alabama's won 3 national championships in the college football playoff era. They're 6-1 in the first round of the playoff. So if they're going to kind of get the monkey off their back and get into that national championship game, there's no better opponent to do that against and really prove some people wrong about what this Michigan team can do after 2 years of heartbreak.
And then you mentioned proving people wrong, so let's talk about that for a moment. Connor Stallions, the video incident with this program, Michigan let him go. They have done just fine without him, but in the greater context of college football, what does this game mean to Michigan with all the allegations surrounding the team this year?
I think it's a little bit of an I told you so, right? You know, Michigan right now has been without Connor Stallions and kind of had that specter out of the locker room, so to speak, for the last number of games ever since Michigan State. Of course, the University of Michigan undefeated in that time, but the Wolverines still are looking to prove something and show that they can be dominant. They can be a transformative and transcendent offense and defense without allegations of sign stealing inappropriately, allegations of having an unfair advantage out there on the field. This is a momentous game, of course, not only because of college football playoff implications, but also because of the meaning, a quote-unquote tainted feel around a Michigan season that perhaps some would argue is altered because of this scandal.
And we'll watch how Michigan plays out tonight. They play Big Ten football. We discussed earlier how JJ will need to launch a few against this Alabama defense, but let's talk about the run game. Who are some players to watch in the run game tonight, and what do you expect from Michigan's ground game?
I think Blake Corum has really got to prove himself in this game. He played in the 2021 college football playoff game against Georgia, and Donovan Edwards actually outgained him with fewer carries. Last year, of course, the knee injury kept Blake Corum out of the game against TCU. So this is really his chance. This is really his moment to shine. He's, I believe, 1 touchdown off of Michigan's record for rushing touchdowns. Correct me if I'm wrong. But this is a chance for him to really assert his legacy as a Michigan legend. And certainly he's done that with how dominant he's been as a running back. But if he doesn't have a championship, if he doesn't have a ring, so to speak, for the national scale, I do think it'll be a pretty big miss by such a talented team. And it's sort of a swan song for a lot of these seniors. I mean, guys like Mike Sanderstill, obviously there's Blake Corum, and even J.J. McCarthy might go to the draft. He was kind of teasing that throughout the week. So this is kind of a swan song for a lot of guys, but especially Blake Corum.
As someone who opted to not go into the draft last year, draft stock was probably there. Returns for Michigan. Certainly his presence has been felt on the field this year. The question, of course, can they get it done? We'll have that game for you coming up in 17 minutes. Let's quickly run through the Michigan schedule. It all began in Ann Arbor against East Carolina. Hard to think back to those dog days in the student section and 80-degree sun beating down on you in Ann Arbor, Michigan. But that's when we started, and they worked through those first 3 non-Big Ten games. East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green. Jim Harbaugh was suspended, and he returned for Rutgers, a 31-7 win, and Big Ten play began. From the start of the season to now, a dominant win, running the ground game against Penn State, a solid win against Ohio State, another Big Ten championship in the back pocket. How has this team evolved over the course of the season?
You know, you kind of touched on it already, Owen, but it seems like as the Big Ten season wore on, the University of Michigan leaned into that Big Ten identity. Starting out the year outside the non-conference matchups, we saw J.J. McCarthy air it out time and time again. He seemed to be leading the pack as the offensive fire starter for this Wolverines team. However, as they continued on deeper into that Big Ten schedule, we saw them run over 30 straight times against Penn State. We saw an electric Blake Corum run to score against Ohio State after the Zach Zinner injury to kind of galvanize Michigan over the Buckeyes. So it's an interesting dichotomy, right? As the season wore on, the Wolverines have leaned more into a Big Ten identity, but we'll have to see if they can keep that up against Bama.
That is the question for tonight. John and Connor, thank you for joining me on the WCBN pregame show. I look forward to reading your work, and if any of you listening want to read their work, you can find it at michigandaily.com. Gentlemen, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Owen.
We'll have an Alabama scouting report in just a moment. Michigan certainly has something to prove tonight after 2 unsuccessful semifinals. William Gregory joins me now. He'll be on color tonight alongside Daniel Olson with Kelin Flynn at play-by-play. William, we're going to talk about Alabama. How are you doing first?
I'm doing well. Just had another plate of delicious barbecue and mac and cheese and a King's Hawaiian roll. We're feeling good today, especially these mountains, this stadium. I was reading a Keith Jackson quote. It's located on the elevator up here in the press box. The broad-shouldered San Gabriel Mountains circle this stadium. I mean, it's magnificent, Owen.
The San Gabriel Mountains, of which the sun will set over this evening. Just before 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time for those of you listening on the East Coast. We've got ourselves a football game. We've talked about Michigan. The gentleman from the Daily laid out what the Wolverines need to do. William, you've been scouting this Alabama team ever since the committee released the rankings. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I've been scouting this Alabama team ever since I was 10 years old. Nick Saban is just, I mean, he's the greatest head coach to ever do it. And to have this game, see him on the opposite sideline is just a privilege for all of us. But this team is a little bit different from what we've seen recently. Jalen Milroe is a very talented quarterback, but you wouldn't put him up there with Bryce Young, Tua Tagovailoa, maybe even Jalen Hurts. Definitely better than Blake Sims, Jake Coker, those guys in the early years of the college football playoff. This is a team, offensive coordinator Tommy Rees has put together a really nice offensive system around Jalen Milroe, especially in this back half of the year to accentuate his strengths. He's certainly not a pure pocket passer, and Alabama will want to use him in the run game. But he's one of the most effective deep ball throwers in college football. He was only behind the Heisman Trophy winner Jaden Daniels of LSU in yards per attempt. Daniels was around just over 11. Milroe was just over 10 yards per attempt. He likes to throw it deep. This Alabama running game is not as potent as we're used to seeing. There's no Derrick Henry, Mark Ingram behind center, but Roydell Williams, Jace McClellan and company are two talented backs, and then obviously the extra man Milroe in the run game is a big reason why Alabama has been successful this year. But really the team is driven by the defense, and that's just the way Nick Saban wants it. Defensive coordinator Kevin Steele has just arrived for his 3rd stint in Tuscaloosa as their defensive coordinator, formerly at Auburn and a few other schools before that. And this defense, it'll be multiple. They do play 2 stand-up linebackers, so you could call it a 3-4, but they'll switch to 4 down fronts. And it's kind of a basic 4-2-5 package. 2 linebackers, an extra DB on the field. Maybe they have a very talented linebacker group. Campbell, Lawson, a few other guys. The DBs, Caleb Downs, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terrion Arnold. 2 other safeties are fantastic. Mm-hmm. It's a very strong defense. That's the strength of the team. Special teams, Will Reichert at kicker, the NCAA's all-time leading scorer. James Burnett, one of the best punters in the country. This is an Alabama team that has stars all over the field, and Michigan has their work cut out for them.
You started with coaches. Alabama excels despite constant tumult among the assistant coaching staff. Nick Saban has such an excellent program. They're constantly leaving for head coaching jobs, the NFL, and such, and yet year after year they put together a winning program.
He's been on record saying that's been a problem for their program. Obviously they're not as dominant as they were in the early 2010s. They've ceded to LSU, Clemson, Georgia the past 2 years, finally beating them in the SEC championship game this year, and they just continue to do it. I mean, Saban's a heck of a ball coach.
He's led this team to success. Now tonight, before we pause to welcome in our FM viewers, who are the key players for Alabama? Who do you want to see, if you're an Alabama fan, play their best game tonight?
I've been spending a lot of time talking about Michigan tight ends and them being the secret of this game. A.J. Barner, Colston Loveland are 2 very talented players, and you wonder who Alabama is going to put on them in coverage. Caleb Downs, the fantastic freshman All-American safety, 24/7 sports director of recruiting had said that he was made for Saban in a lab. He is just the perfect Saban player. He is their leading tackler, 99 tackles on the year. he's sticky in coverage. He's a student of the game. We were listening to Coach Saban during the pregame press conferences over the past few days, just sing Downs' praise. And I mean, everybody has. He is an excellent defensive player, and we'll continue to talk after you. Welcome in the FM audience.
2 p.m. on the Pacific, 2 p.m. Pacific on the West Coast, 5 p.m. Eastern for those of you on the East Coast are listening in the home state of Michigan. This is WCBN coverage of the 110th Rose Bowl game, Michigan versus Alabama. We want to welcome in our FM listeners. You're listening to WCBN FM Ann Arbor 88.3 on your local dial or streaming worldwide on the WCBN app and WCBN.org. I'm Owen Crain alongside William Gregory. William, we've been discussing this Alabama program and players to watch. How about quarterback? Jalen Milroe. He certainly developed. This is a team that lost to Texas their second game of the year, and they marched their way back, crept into the CFP at the last moment.
Well, it's been interesting. This Alabama program, we talked a minute ago about the early stages of their dynastic run in the early 2010s. It was a program that wasn't really necessarily led by a quarterback. It was led by the defense and their very talented running backs. But this season, certainly, Alabama has a quarterback that is the engine. Jalen Milroe is almost essential in everything they do. It was evident in the game in which he did not start this season, the USF game. Alabama was in trouble. They only won 17-7 against a frankly good USF team. But if you're Alabama, you got to crush that sort of opponent. And as the season has wore on, Milroe's developed. He's a first-year starter. He did play a few games last year when Bryce Young got hurt. But he is a dynamic runner, very good deep ball thrower. And he has grown as a leader. 4th and 31 against Auburn, last second play. That's what got him in the playoff, besides beating Georgia. That's what kept him in the race. Throwing a strike to the left side of the end zone to Isaiah Bond. He is the reason they're here, more than any other player on that offense.
He has shaped up in the one loss, of course, to Texas. Alabama finds themselves in the Rose Bowl game against Michigan. William, thank you for coming on and discussing this Alabama program. Certainly an exciting game to watch. I'm going to step off. Kelin Flynn will be taking over after the national anthem alongside William Gregory and Dan Olson. You're listening to WCBN coverage of the 110th Rose Bowl game.
As you wind through the quiet neighborhoods and side streets of Pasadena, California, the trees and mountains part to greet you with a clearing that holds the pinnacle of college football. It's more than just brick and concrete. It is the most revered temple in our great sport. And the few that are blessed with an opportunity to make it the pilgrimage are left in awe by its grandeur, tradition, and natural beauty. For 110 years, two of college football's finest have slipped away to this valley to compete. And as the sun sets over the San Gabriel Mountains at dusk tonight, one team will leave victorious and another will be shattered by defeat. But all will take a moment to pause drown out the echo of the crowd, and witness this seemingly mythical venue. There is no greater privilege than to experience the granddaddy of them all. Welcome to the Rose Bowl. Hello, my name is Kelin Flynn, and you are tuned into WCBN Sports live coverage of the Rose Bowl game, the 110th rendition of the granddaddy of them all. We're simulcasting live on 88.3 FM Ann Arbor and on YouTube, so thanks for joining us. To my right, my good friend Daniel Olson. To my left, my good friend William Gregory. You just heard Owen Crain leading our pregame show. There is nowhere I'd rather be than right here, right now, with this group of people, with these two teams ready to do battle ahead of us. I mean, fellas, let's just talk first here. This is as good as it gets.
I mean, come on. Come on. I told Owen, there is nothing cooler than I have ever done than to get the privilege to be at this game.
You said it, and we got to come here a few days ago, check out the field, and instantly just walking in, you're in awe, disbelief. It's truly an unreal experience, and the fact that, as you mentioned, Kelin, we get Alabama and Michigan here at the Rose Bowl is otherworldly, and can't wait for this football game.
Two unbelievable football teams, two of the best, most storied programs in the history of college football, and we get to watch them do battle here on this field today. To paint the picture for you, the Rose Bowl is, the stadium is in a valley surrounded by mountains with beautiful greenery and trees all around. I mean, there really is nothing like it in the world of sports. And we're just so excited to be able to be here and try to take you with us, transport you to Pasadena for this Michigan-Alabama football game. And while all this is great, we've got a football game to play. So let's talk some football. We'll start off with Michigan, the number one seed in this tournament, number one team in the country, undefeated Big Ten champions, as you hear the roar of the crowd as the Wolverines take the field right now. Dan, I'll start with you. Michigan, and now their third college football playoff appearance, obviously lost the previous two. You've got to beat Bama. You've got to get over this hump. I know a lot of Michigan fans were hoping for Florida State. You're going to have to beat one of these big dogs eventually to really establish yourself in that elite upper echelon of programs in the country.
Right, 100%, and why not Bama, right? Obviously Michigan, they lost to Georgia 2 years ago. A lot of people talked about how maybe they weren't quite ready for the moment. Young team, young quarterback, maybe Cade McNamara wasn't ready, wouldn't transform the offense enough to be able to compete with the SEC, and especially Georgia's dominant run. Last year against TCU, went in as favorites, and Michigan got out of their shell. They didn't play Michigan football, became a track meet, and this year is a chance to recover from both of those losses and make a statement for this program, but also to the country, that Michigan is back to where they belong on top of the college football world.
And you think about Michigan as the one seed, but so much talk about them as the underdog in this game. But we see late movement in Vegas towards Michigan improving what was, I think, a -1 line at open, and it'll probably close around 3, meaning Michigan is favored in this game by a field goal. And it's surprising after all the talk about Alabama showing up here, and even though they took a spot from an undefeated Florida State team, so many people talk about their talent. I mean, it's true. In the recruiting talent composite based on how many highly touted recruits a team has, Alabama is the #1 most talented team in the country. Michigan ranks around 15. So this is a game where you don't really know what's going to happen.
And now let's talk about Alabama. We've talked about how talented they are, led by quarterback Jalen Milroe, who at the start of the season really struggled. Alabama lost to Texas at home by 10 points earlier in the season in week 2, as the coin toss is held and the Tide win it. So I believe that Michigan's going to get the football first. Back to the tie. Jalen Milroe in this quarterback situation was really rocky to start the year. Nick Saban played around with a couple of different options, and ultimately he settled on Milroe. William, talk about his development throughout the season and where he is now as a player.
Yeah, I spoke with Owen about it in the pregame. Jalen Milroe has improved a lot. I mean, you wouldn't consider him to be one of the top quarterbacks in college football right now, but he certainly is somebody that affects the game in such a positive way for Alabama. I said in the pregame, he's the reason they're here. The defense can be as good as it is, but if you're a team that doesn't have a capable quarterback, you're not getting too far. Look at Iowa. They're about to get shut out by Tennessee right now in their bowl game. Alabama has the engine at quarterback, and it's Jalen Milroe. He can do it with his legs, with his arms, and with his leadership. You saw that in the last few games of the year against Auburn and Georgia. He stepped up as a leader, and that's what the greatest quarterbacks do.
And a lot of the improved play from Milroe has been because of the improved play from the five guys in front of him. That offensive line struggled to start the year, and their numbers are not great. 130th in the country in sack percentage allowed. At a little over 10% of the dropbacks, Milroe is getting sacked, and with a guy with his ability to run, sometimes those sacks turn into massive yardage losses. It's going to be key for Alabama to give him a clean pocket, let him go through the progressions, and make sure that he does not turn the ball over or have.
And they did improve
plays.
With that sack rate, though, it definitely lessened as the season went on. They made some moves. Darian Dalcourt got subbed out at guard along with Terrence Ferguson, a few new guys in there, Jaden Roberts and Tyler Booker, two younger players.
As Reichard boots it away to kick off the 110th annual Rose Bowl game. Touchback as Samaj Morgan lets it sail out the back of the end zone. So Michigan will get the football first. J.J. McCarthy, our first look at the Michigan offense today in this college football playoff semifinal matchup. And for Michigan, the biggest things to note on the offense are, one, you're without your All-American right guard, Zach Zinter, due to the injury he suffered against Ohio State. So it's Carson Barnhart kicking into guard, and then Trente Jones starting at right tackle. McCarthy to start off in the shotgun has Blake Corum to his left. They bring Barner across the formation to the right side. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. JJ drops back to pass. It's a bootleg to the right, looking downfield, nowhere to go with it. And it's picked off. Did he get the feet down? Yes, he did. That was Kool-Aid McKinstry, I believe. Excuse me, Caleb Downs that picked it off, and just like that, Michigan in a hole early. First play of the game, JJ just tried to throw it away but didn't get it out of bounds, and it was intercepted.
Talked about Milroe and not creating turnovers. McCarthy has not been the same these past 4 games. That's a pass that needs to go 5, 10, 15, 20 yards out of bounds, and gave Downs a chance, and a very talented Tide freshman makes a play, got both feet in bounds. McCarthy had an early read there to Roman Wilson for a quick 5-yard out. I like how Michigan got him moving early, but from our viewpoint, I think this is going to stand in a massive momentum swing 7 seconds into this football game.
Well, Caleb Downs is his 3rd pick of the year. JJ had thrown 2 of those kind of interceptions against Bowling Green, a game where he had 3 total. That's a pass, like you said, Dan, that's got to go out of bounds. I think he was targeting a receiver. We have to see the replay. There were 2 receivers to that side. Downs makes the play, and it's really on JJ there. And if he's not on, Michigan won't be on. It's as simple as it is.
McCarthy had good protection on a designed rollout to the right, and just sticky coverage down the field from Alabama as we get another look at it. We'll see if this will stand.
And the only way, I mean, no Michigan players are touching him while he's out of bounds. That would be a reason why he would be out. I think the video boards here aren't exactly big. But.
And it's not going to stand. That's a huge break for Michigan.
One thing I do want to say about this, on the first play of the game, when you spend a month scripting that, that is something that cannot happen, a mistake like that. Michigan extremely lucky.
And like I mentioned earlier, Roman Wilson was there on a 5-yard out, wide open, get one of your top targets the ball early, get some confidence going, get some rhythm for your quarterback, and JJ's obviously getting a second chance to get this drive going here early, but my, oh my, what a decision that was.
2nd and 10 now, ball at the 25. McCarthy threw 2 pick sixes against TCU last year in the Fiesta Bowl. Shotgun formation for Michigan. They motion Loveland out. It's a wide receiver screen for Samaj Morgan. Morgan with very little space picks up maybe 2.
And that play's a play we've seen a lot this year. Morgan has come on, former 3-star recruit. He is a dynamic player. Seen that screen a lot. Maybe a wrinkle in this game. They kick it off throwing that pass here. Malachi
Moore was the defender that forced him out of bounds. So 3rd and 8 now for Michigan. 14-20 to go here in the quarter.
Got McKinstry out.
Kicked it off.
McKinstry on Loveland on the far side.
2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. JJ drops back to pass, looking, throws, and it's incomplete. Was targeting A.J. Barner, and that was the other one of the tandem of these elite Bama corners, Terrion Arnold, that was in there to break it up. He's been so good this season for the Tide, his 12th pass breakup of the season.
Good protection there for McCarthy. It was a clean pocket, was able to go read 1, read 2, and then eventually Barner there at read 3, but well covered by the Tide, and a good start for Nick Saban's defense.
So Caleb Downs is back to receive the punt from Tommy Doman, who's been tremendous all season for Michigan. Alabama got a good push there. High kick from Doman will be fair caught at around the 36-yard line. So that's where Jalen Milroe will now take over for Alabama. We talked about him just a little bit. But what else on this Alabama offense, Dan, are you looking at? You highlighted the offensive line earlier as well.
Yeah, it's certainly up to the offensive line to keep Milroe in the pocket. I think they also do an excellent job of running the football between the tackles with Jace McClellan, who starts out there in the backfield next to Milroe. But
McClellan missed that Georgia game too. He's back.
Rough start for the Michigan offense. The Wolverines defense, which has been the best in the country all season, now gets a chance to take the field. Shotgun formation for Bama. They bring Law in motion. Milroe, pocket collapsing, gonna be hit, and he's dropped for a sack. Braden McGregor got heat on the quarterback, and Michigan's defense with a big play early.
And one thing that was questionable in this game was how Michigan's edge rush was going to stack up against these big Alabama tackles that have improved so much. Caden Proctor, J.C. Latham. This time, McGregor able to work around Proctor, the former 5-star.
Proctor nearly committed to play at Iowa, instead flipped back to Alabama, and a big sack there from Braden McGregor. Empty set for Alabama. Milroe throws out to the flat, got the tight end C.J. Dupree, and he has enough to get back to the original line of scrimmage, pickup of about 10.
And Dupree didn't play much in the game against Georgia. He's kind of been unseated by Robbie Oots, who's as an H-back, and now Amari Nyblack, who's checked into the game. Nick Saban called him a mismatched player, a move tight end. Very dangerous out of the slot right now.
13 minutes to play in the quarter, 3rd and 12 for Alabama.
This is where Milroe can be dangerous with his legs. Michigan should keep a spy on him.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Roydell Williams, the tailback, with Milroe. Milroe barking out orders. Claps his hands, receives the snap. Michigan bringing pressure, pocket collapsing. Milroe, and he's dropped again! Josiah Stewart got the heat, and he got home.
Man, you would not think that Alabama would be letting up this much pressure early. I went to see Alabama practice a few days ago. Those offensive linemen are big boys, but Michigan's speed, they've been running a few stunts on the defensive line. They're so deep, a fresh guy out there, Stewart, not a starter, making another play in the backfield.
2 big sacks from this Michigan defense that has kept this team afloat all season. Burnip on to punt for Alabama, another great punter. Morgan runs up to field it, and he muffed the punt. Ball's on the ground, and it looks like Alabama's got it.
Man.
A huge blunder from Samaj Morgan. Came running up to try to field it. And Alabama takes over now at the Michigan 44-yard line.
And Morgan's a freshman, like we said. He returned a punt 87 yards against Iowa in the Big Ten Championship, taking over for Jake Thaw, who was in that role for much of the season, along with Tyler Morris, who was benched for a muff punt. First big play, first big opportunity for Morgan. He muffs it and ruins a big stand by the Michigan defense.
He ran a long way to try and make that play. He was going full speed, probably would have had 10, 15 yards on the punt return, but pressure back on this Michigan defense.
Pistol formation for Bama. It's a handoff up the middle to McClellan, and he's got about 6.
Really good push by the Alabama offensive line on that first run of the game.
I don't think McClellan got touched until he had 2 or 3 yards past the line of scrimmage there, and an encouraging sign for Alabama if that's the way they're going to control the middle of that line of scrimmage.
And you saw the adjustments Alabama made in the game against Georgia after the first drive on defense, just choosing to play soft zone, man coverage. Might do that on offense here.
2nd and 4 now for Bama. The H-back, Oots is in there. Like you said, William, another handoff. Nope, it's a keeper for Milrow, looking for some space. Jalen Milrow hits the edge and just has enough for the first down. Some Milrow magic early as there's an injured Michigan defender on the field. I believe that is...
It's Rayshawn Benny. I'm seeing 26.
So Rayshawn Benny still down on the turf. As he'll get looked at by this Michigan training staff. Milrow did have enough for the first down. So it's 1st and 10 at the Michigan 34 for Alabama.
Michigan did have some excellent containment, holding their edges and pursuit. You saw 2-3 guys flying to the ball there to limit Milrow on the ground game. I do think it's interesting that first Michigan offensive series, 3 straight passes, no handoffs to Corum, Edwards. The run game's been the building block of the Michigan offense this past 2 years, and not surprised to see McCarthy get some chances early to try and get him in a rhythm, because he's been out of rhythm the past 3-4 games for the Wolverines, but certainly interesting.
Michigan's offense the last 4 games of the season had not been particularly
kept under 300 yards except for the OSU game, each game.
They really struggled to move the football and put up points against Iowa. They scored 26 in the game, but both touchdowns were on drives
off of turnovers, short
exactly,
fields.
They got the football inside the 10-yard line.
And a prevailing sentiment was that maybe Michigan was keeping it vanilla for the playoff. I mean, they probably believed they could just beat Iowa on talent, keep some stuff off tape. I want to talk about Rayshawn Benny as he gets up with the assistance of Michigan's athletic trainers. He is a valuable piece of this interior defensive line out of Detroit. Benny, I know you have Graham, Grant, and Jenkins, but beyond Benny, it's a lot of younger players. Cam Brandt and Trey Pierce are behind him on the depth chart. Could be an impactful loss for Michigan as the defensive line is one of the deepest parts of this team and has been why on defense they've been able to stand up with maybe not the superstar talent you'd expect.
And Michigan's interior defensive line so deep. You talked about that trio of Jenkins, Graham, and Grant, who are all phenomenal. But again, Benny behind them has been such a valuable piece because of how much they like to bring those guys in and out.
And he's a different kind of guy. Graham and Grant, more nose tackle types. Jenkins is just a freak. I mean, he can play anywhere along the defensive line, and he will in the NFL as well. But Benny's a little lighter. But he's made some plays in the run game, too. Big forced fumble against Penn State that turned the tide in that game. And he is, a really good player on this Michigan defense, and we hope that he's okay.
5.5 tackles for loss on the season for Benny. As we continue to wait for Alabama's offense to get back onto the field. And so during the injury timeout, they took a second look at that spot. They said Milrow was short of the line to gain. So that will
they're going to have to move the chains back.
3rd down.
They had the chains ahead of it already, so they're going to have to reset to about a 3rd and 1.
So they move the ball back a yard, 3rd and 1 from the 35. As this Rose Bowl game,
excuse me,
this Rose Bowl game is off to a rough start for the Wolverines. .56 to go here in the first quarter. 3rd and 1. Ball at the 35. So they've got the chains reset. And now we should be good to go.
Bama's got Oots, their H-back, fullback player in the ball game here. I'd expect something of a run up the middle following his lead.
Real tight formation for Alabama. Milroe under center, and they're going to go with the QB sneak. And the Michigan defensive line stayed tall there. We'll see where they mark it. But Milroe might be short, and a potential decision looming for Nick Saban.
And they didn't do the in vogue thing of pushing him after the initial effort. That was a straight quarterback sneak. All under Milroe's power. Michigan's interior defensive line stood up.
We have a pretty good vantage point from where we are here, and they're giving the first down. It looked
maybe
like
on second effort.
He was half a yard short, but big pickup for the Tide.
So Alabama moves the chains, now 1st and 10. Ball at the 34. So took us an extra play, but now we are where we thought we were. Milroe picked it up on the QB sneak. Shotgun formation for Alabama. 2 receivers to the left. They bring Law in tight. Milroe fumbled the snap, but gets the handoff to McClellan. McClellan with space. 20, 10, 5, touchdown Alabama.
Nearly untouched.
Jace McClellan ripped right through the right side of that Michigan defense and puts the Tide on top.
Very rare you see that Michigan defensive line get pushed around like that. There was one drive against Ohio State earlier this year in the 3rd quarter where it felt like the Buckeyes ran it right up their throat, but back-to-back plays where McClellan has had clear running room, 3, 4, 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, and excellent move to get past the Michigan linebacker and into the second level, and what a start for Alabama.
And I think it was Rod Moore that dove and missed the tackle.
Michigan safeties, normally very strong tacklers, as Reichard puts the extra point through. So it's 7-0 Alabama with 9:41 to go here in the first quarter of play. It all started off of a muffed punt from Samaj Morgan. Michigan's defense, after going 3 and out, after Michigan avoided a potential interception deep in their own territory, able to punt it away. Michigan defense gets 2 big sacks, and then Morgan muffed the punt. Bama takes over and marches down the field, capped off by a 34-yard touchdown scamper from Jace McClellan. That's where we are now. William, Michigan's going to get the football back now. That first offensive possession was rough, to put it bluntly. What needs to change?
I mean, I'm curious to see what the run game looks like. They didn't attempt a regular running play on that first drive. Obviously, being into a 3rd down and 8 would affect that. But having seen how Alabama was pushing Michigan around up front, I'd like to see, without Zinner, what Michigan's offensive line looks like in the run game. It's a step back from where it was last year, the back-to-back Joe Moore Award winner, the winner this year, Washington's offensive line. The holes will have to be, sizable for Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards to work. Their rushing production has not been where it was last year, and this is one of the most athletic defenses they've faced all year, if not the most. I think they've faced better overall defenses, but the talent that Alabama has is something different from Ohio State or Penn State or Iowa.
Certainly the speed of the linebackers coming up to contain the run stood out in doing preparation for this game, and then obviously the guys on the edges, Braswell and Dallas Turner, both nearing that double-digit sack mark for the season. So it's a well-balanced defense. They're playing their best football at the right time, but you can still run the ball a little bit on the Tide. They're allowing 125 yards a game or so on the ground, and I think I'd expect something here with Corum getting a chance out of a shotgun look with hopefully some motion. I did like Michigan's motion early on that opening offensive series, getting Barner in motion, getting Loveland in motion, giving Alabama, the defense, something to look at and helping those tight ends and receivers create a little bit of extra separation kind of pre-snap.
And it looks, I mean, we're going to check what Alabama's doing, but I think they were in zone coverage on that first drive, especially on third down, because McKinstry lined up against Loveland, but he didn't stay with him. That would have been a surprising matchup if he was in man coverage, and that's why Arnold ended up on Barner to force an incompletion. But Michigan just has to get something going on this drive. They do not want to allow an avalanche in this first quarter. We're only 5 minutes into the game.
Samaj Morgan back deep to receive for Michigan. Coaching staff keeping him out there. He's somebody that throughout the season has got more and more opportunities, more and more buzz because of what he can do with the football in his hands. But a young player makes a mistake on the big stage. Michigan's in a hole early. Will Reichert on to kick it off for Alabama. And here we go. And over end kick will sail into the end zone for a touchback. Morgan lets it roll. So number 9 back on the field for Michigan. Dan, try to, the best you can, get into the head of J.J. McCarthy. We talked to him at Media Day. He said his goal every time he goes out there is just to make sure he's still having fun, just like he's playing in the backyard, throwing the long ball to his dad is what he said. How do you keep that mentality if you're JJ?
In this case, I think you have to turn to Ted Lasso and be a goldfish.
Empty set for Michigan, and now they'll bring Corum back into the backfield and Barner in line. 2 receivers to the right. They bring Samaj Morgan in motion to the left. It's a handoff to Corum. Corum looking for some space, and he'll be brought down after a 5-yard pickup. Running off the right tackle.
So they brought Morgan in motion across the formation, and that's going to be something to keep an eye on. We talked about his explosiveness, and William mentioned this kind of leading up to the game, is trying to set up something off of that to create some more explosive plays, which have been lacking in this Michigan offense the past month or so.
I want to shout out Cornelius Johnson's wide receiver run blocking on that play.
Single back formation for the Wolverines, and it's a toss to the left side. Lead block, Bredesen. Corum with space. Blake Corum down to the 50, where he's brought down a big run from number 2 in the maize and blue.
And we were talking pregame about the wrinkles Michigan could throw out on offense. That's a pretty cool play call. The run looks like it's going to be set up to the right, just a normal handoff. JJ fakes that, flips left. 2 lead blockers in front, including Max Bredesen, and a big gain for Michigan on the ground.
And how about Max Bredesen? What he's been, how valuable he's been for this team all year as an excellent
He's been
blocker.
able to do everything for them.
Pistol formation for the Wolverines. And they'll tighten up the formation real quick. McCarthy receives the snap. It's a play action pass. JJ gets it batted down at the line. That was Quandarius Robinson. Scratch that. Deontay Lawson that got a hand up to knock it down. Was targeting A.J. Barner, but good hands there from Lawson.
And Michigan out of play action right now. Alabama is really stepping up and getting hands in the face of McCarthy.
He had 2 receivers open there, Barner and Tyler Morris, kind of on some drags. Morris drag a little bit deeper, but similar play to the one near interception earlier.
8:22 to go in the first quarter, 2nd and 10 for Michigan. It's a quick screen to the tight end, Loveland. Loveland with very little space, fights through a couple of tacklers to dive forward and picks up about 2.
And it's interesting you see Michigan right now working the sidelines and the outside parts of the field instead of the interior. You wonder about their confidence in their interior offensive line, and as well if they're fearful of Alabama's interior defensive line, which has been much improved this season and over the course of the season.
Michigan starts out in empty. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. They bring Khalil Mullings in motion, and it's a quarterback run for J.J. McCarthy, designed run, and I think he's got enough for the first down. That'll move the chains.
No, he's short, I think.
Oh, did they mark it short?
He's about a yard short.
A yard short. So a decision now for Jim Harbaugh.
You got to go for it.
And he's going to keep the offense on the field. That's on par with what we've seen from Coach Harbaugh all season.
I was curious where that play call was going. They brought in Mullings, 3rd string back, who's been a part of some wrinkle plays, and came down, made a nice kind of block on the end there to spring McCarthy for a gain of 7.
He's a big player, former linebacker.
Shotgun formation for Michigan. It's a handoff up the middle. Corum, and he's got plenty for the first down. Picked up about 4 or 5 there, needed 1. So Michigan with a sustained drive now, marching down the field, ball at the Alabama 35, 6:50 to go here in the first quarter.
That should give Michigan fans some confidence, seeing Corum able to pick up 4 or 5 on a run where Alabama knows it's probably Blake Corum, although you wonder about some of the trickery Michigan's shown earlier, if that got in the heads of Alabama and defensive coordinator Kevin Steele.
Heavy dose of Blake Corum on this drive. He flips to the right side of McCarthy. JJ receives the snap. It's a handoff to Corum again, and he picks up about 3 going up the middle.
And this is still an inside running Michigan football team. Now I think after a few couple plays on this drive, working the outside of the field, now feeling comfortable to run inside. Good pickup on first down, not exactly as much as you'd like to see, but even though they're out of the gun most of the time, they love to live on the inside.
Khalil Mullings, the pistol back for McCarthy. Couple of receivers on the right. They bring Morgan in motion to the left side. JJ looking to throw. Pressure coming. JJ escapes the pocket. Going to throw downfield. Got a man open. It's Mullings inside the 15.
And they had a post for Morgan. He was in the middle of the end zone by the end of that play. That was McCarthy's first read. Good coverage on the outside by Kool-Aid McKinstry. McCarthy has to work off of it, roll left. I thought there was a hold on the left side. Didn't get called. McCarthy rolls out, finds his man. And Michigan now rolling, able to tie this game pretty soon here.
And it looked like Deontay Lawson, who was in coverage on Mullings for most of that play, slipped as Mullings cut up the field, allowing him to get wide open, and big pickup for the Wolverines.
Good hands from the former linebacker. Ball at the 14-yard line of Alabama. 5:08 to go. It's a handoff coming the near side to Morgan, and he's going to be brought down at the 7.
And that's the kind of play you set up. Good discipline by Alabama, but Morgan's been in motion on these first 2 drives almost exclusively, and he finally gets the play there but can't get the edge.
So they get it to Morgan in motion, picks up 6. 2nd and 4 now, ball on the 8. Michigan been a fantastic team in the red zone this season. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. JJ in the shotgun has Corum to his right. Claps his hands, drops back to throw. JJ looking for Corum, got him wide open. Touchdown Michigan! Blake Corum on an 8-yard touchdown reception from JJ McCarthy. And folks, we've got ourselves a ball game.
And how about that drive from Sharon Moore? The offensive coordinator for the Wolverines pulled a lot of the tricks out of the bag. That was beautiful execution. He had 3 receivers to the left of McCarthy. Kind of runs some slants to the inside at sort of a slower pace, and then you kind of slip Corum, who's not known much as a pass catcher, out of the backfield to the left, and nobody's on him there. And beautiful response from the Wolverines, and we got a football game on our hands here, folks.
Corum's 25th touchdown on the season, his first receiving. Only 14 catches for 82 yards through the air this season for Blake Corum. And that's a big one right there to tie this ball game. 7-7 is James Turner's extra point is good.
And as Dan said, it's a tendency breaker, right? Corum, not known as a pass catcher. He works through the middle of the line of scrimmage. That's not often what you see out of a check down from a running back. I think that was to him all the way. That was a goal-to-go situation kind of play that they've probably worked on. And nobody, it's something that's going to make Alabama's coaching staff so mad. I mean, you talk about attention to detail. You let a player slip wide open in the flat as easy as it gets.
He was wide open.
Yeah, and walks into the end zone. Nobody on the left side of the field. And McCarthy, only 1 touchdown pass since October, or late October, I should say. He's got one here, tie game, about 12 minutes in. And now is when the real football starts to be played. Once you're off of those first 2 drives, and I know Michigan, this was their second, but they went 3 and out the first time, and Alabama had the turnover, whatever. Now it is adjustment time. We're settling in, tie game. Michigan's okay, I would say to the fans out there.
And William, we talked about kind of the game script coming into this matchup, that these defenses might control the game. 2 touchdowns early. Is that what you were expecting?
Well, it's funny. So often you have these defense kind of matchups, but when you have the firepower that these two teams do on offense, and the way football is structured in this day and age, the offense does have an advantage. And now in the NFL and college football this season, we've kind of entered a defensive renaissance. But I think that this kind of game, and I mean it's the first quarter, we'll see as the game moves on, and Alabama certainly had some trouble on their first offensive possession. But maybe the opening drive and that script works to a team's favor. But I do think that these two teams' offenses are a little underrated. McCarthy was, probably going to win the Heisman if he kept up his play into the stronger part of the season for Michigan.
Was the betting favorite at one point? I believe it was
right
after
before
the Michigan
It was
State
right before
game.
Penn State. And I mean, we've talked about it. I think Milroe should have been in New York as a Heisman finalist for what he did for Alabama down the stretch. And they're gonna get what they're gonna get. They're really talented players. Obviously, that Georgia defense is good, and Alabama put 27 on them. Michigan, a different animal, but that speaks to more of what they face in the Big Ten. 2 shutouts coming against 2 really bad offenses, and in the back half of the year playing really good teams, allowing double-digit points, which they hadn't really done all year. But like I said, this is where you want to be for Michigan. They looked competent up front without Zach Zinner. They were able to do what they wanted on that second drive, and I think maybe the jitters are out for JJ now that he threw that pick that got called back, finally got the ball again, and he's a calm guy, and he'll stay calm for this game.
And potentially for Samaj Morgan as well. Got a couple touches on that drive. Excellent coaching. This is an elite coaching chess match going on in front of our eyes here, and we'll see what Saban has in store for the Wolverines here on this drive.
Not only the head coaches, but the assistant coaches as well, as Turner will send it away. Kendrick Law, the return man for Alabama, lets it bounce for a touchback.
But the assistants, yeah, they could be head coaches anywhere.
That's what I mean.
They could be head coaches anywhere.
You look at these assistants from Michigan, Jesse Minter and Sharon Moore have both proven that they're head coach material. And on the other side for Alabama as well, Tommy Rees, one of the more highly regarded up-and-coming young offensive
And choosing to
minds.
leave Notre Dame to come to Alabama was a big deal, especially with the recruiting juice they got from the hiring of Marcus Freeman in that program. And Reese is a Notre Dame guy, but coming to Alabama, as so many coaches do, to take their game to the next level. And we've talked about, I talked about with Owen in the pregame, where Alabama is seen as a coaching rehabilitation program, with so many guys coming through the ranks after being let go by other teams and re-emerging as attractive candidates on the market.
How do you think the Michigan defensive line adjusts here? Because that was a rough drive after the Morgan muffed punt. It seemed like McClellan had a bunch of space to run, and Michigan wasn't doing a good job of containing their run gaps.
We'll just have to see. I mean, Alabama really flipped a switch from the first drive to the second, going from 3 straight passes, or they had 1 design run to Milroe, but that didn't get much, and the 2 sacks. And then on that second drive, I think the call was made, hey, keep it on the ground. Let's see what we can do. Keep it safe. It's up to Michigan to make the mistake now, and they did. Alabama capitalized. And now with Alabama getting the ball at their own 25, it's a less of a different kind of drive that Michigan will have to face. So for so many weeks, Michigan didn't allow a team in a goal-to-go situation. They weren't really used to having to defend on that side of the field. They forced so many 3-and-outs this year. Almost half of their opponents' drives end without a first down. And they'll just have to adjust and be able to balance that pass rush and the run-stuffing ability, which is a hard thing to do.
I thought it was interesting because they had such good containment on Milroe's few runs, and then the pass rush was productive on that first drive. And
well,
it
they
seemed
just
like
got there so fast.
Everybody was in their lanes and confusing the offensive line for Alabama, and then to not be able to support your run gap in a way that is effective was interesting to see, certainly.
Well, and let's talk about that first drive from Michigan's defensive line. They did it, it's been talked about all week, how they need to, we talked to Chris Jenkins about how they need to play as a team up front in regards to containing Milroe and make sure you're disciplined in your rush lanes. They did a great job of that early, keeping him in the pocket and then having the athleticism to chase him down.
We've talked about it. You want him to throw the ball and maybe make a mistake. He's not a polished thrower. He's a talented live arm, but as a quarterback, he's still got work to do to grow, and I think Michigan wants to see that version of Milroe, not the running escapability Milroe.
And we've seen the escapability as well when he nearly picked up that first down, just weaving through defenders on a broken play. Back to the action, 4:23 to go in the first quarter. Ball on the the Alabama 25. Pistol set for Alabama. They bring Law and, nope, that's Bond in motion. It's a handoff up the middle and nowhere to go. Swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. A horde of Michigan defenders in there. No chance for Roydell Williams.
And this isn't a team that's going to say, hey, you hit us for a long touchdown, we're demoralized. Michigan is a team up front that is angry when they make a mistake like that, and they're physical enough to stuff a run like that on first down. 2nd
and 11 now, loss of 1 on the carry. They bring Oots and Dupree out wide to the right. Empty set now for Milroe. Milroe dropping back to throw, and it is incomplete. Looking for Kendrick Law. And that brings up a 3rd and 11. This is not where Alabama wants to be, Dan.
It looks like they brought Hausman on a blitz. He wasn't up at the line of scrimmage and was kind of off to Milroe's right. Came in flying to Milroe in the football there, and Milroe went that direction, but the receivers weren't ready for the ball. And like you said, 3rd and 11, this is where Michigan wants Milroe to be, having to make throws, but again, dangerous with his legs. I'd expect a spy or potentially even zone coverage here for the Wolverines.
3rd down and 11 now for Alabama. Roydell Williams, the back pressure coming. Milroe steps up in the pocket. He's got space. And he slides down, but he's going to be short of the line to gain.
Michigan's had some success there. They had Mason Graham kind of loop around the outside of the line. Those stunts have been doing wonders for that defensive line and getting pressure on Milroe up front so far for the Wolverines. And then excellent pursuit to the football. You saw 3 Michigan linebackers kind of in his zone there when Milroe took off, beat him to that first down mark and force him down 4 yards short of the line to gain.
No spy on that play either was surprising. Milroe really had what he wanted up the middle, but Michigan luckily not in man coverage with their back turned to the quarterback.
Burnett will boot it away as he is hit. No flag comes out. And it's fair caught at the 19-yard line. Good punt, and Samaj Morgan still in there to field it for Michigan, and Burnett is now down on the turf.
I got to see the replay on that. I wasn't looking at whether he got hit or not. Did he come down?
He got hit. I couldn't quite see who from Michigan hit him, but both officials were standing right there, did not throw the flag.
It was kind of late, and he got clipped, but
clipped is a better word, yes.
Obviously,
and
I mean, he's all right, but it looked like an attempt at a sell job.
I don't know.
We are in Hollywood.
Him still being down on the field, though. A punter, the way you punt and that leg coming down, and we've seen so many non-contact injuries, he was like writhing in pain, but now he's up, so we'll have to see.
He's walking off on his own power. Burnett, one of the best punters in the country. Both of these punters, Doman and Burnett, are top 2 in the nation in hang time. They're 1 and 2.
And the interesting thing about that is that Doman, in the second half of the year, had his hang time fall off, and Burnett stayed level. That has to do with the warmer weather. The ball doesn't travel as far in colder weather, and so Doman slid to second place, and the difference is only a couple tenths of a second between the two.
Both teams able to play the field position battle if needed. 1st and 10 for Michigan, ball on the 19. It's a handoff to Blake Corum, and he picks up about 4 yards on that handoff up the middle, brings up 2nd and 6.
And that's just about staying on schedule, right? 4-yard gain on first down, you take that any day of the week.
And it wears on teams as the game goes along. It's how Michigan had so much success, particularly against Ohio State in 2021, 2022, and even this year in the 2023
and I mean,
game.
You talk about Corum. He's one of those backs that just gets stronger as the game goes on, and it's setting up for, a heck of a second half for him.
218 carries coming into this game for Blake Corum on the season. Empty set now for Michigan. 2:10 to go here in the quarter. JJ looks to throw, and he will. Has a man. It's Morgan, and we'll see where they mark him. Should be enough for the first down.
Even after the muff punt, he is a valuable playmaker on this offense. And even if he's a freshman, they're not going to sit him. It'll inspire confidence in him for him to stay on the field, especially to get these touches. And they know that he's a big part of this game. They don't want to lose it.
Frederick Moore, another young receiver that was in on that play as a freshman.
Michigan's trusted those freshmen this year.
First down and 10, ball on the 30. 2 running backs in the game for Michigan. They bring Wilson in motion. It's a handoff, and Edwards has 9 on the carry. Lead blocker Mullins.
And he bowled over Terry and Arnold, got a big cheer from the crowd. Edwards known more as the faster back to Corum's Thunder, and he makes a powerful play there.
And Sharon Moore is in his bag right now. I don't think we've seen Khalil Mullins play this many snaps in quite a few games, and there's been motion, a guard pulling on every single snap, and Michigan's done a good job rebounding from that poor first drive.
More motion from the Wolverines. Now they bring Roman Wilson across the formation. Handoff Mullins. Mullins looking for some space, and he's got it. Enough for a first down with a flag thrown down at the end there.
Came from the back judge. We'll have to see what the call is.
You can see a face mask on this play.
Like you said, Dan, Mullins getting a lot of touches early, a lot of snaps for the third running back on this team, trying to keep all 3 of these guys fresh. As we get another look at it,
I think they got him by the face mask.
Dallas Turner was in there along with, I believe that was Tim Keenan.
And Mullins just keeps churning. He is a heck of a football player, converted linebacker, one of Jim Harbaugh's favorite player. I've talked at length about how much he loves Khalil Mullins. This season he got some burn towards the end of some of the blowouts, but he's so valuable, he can do a lot.
And so that's going to go against Max Bredesen of Michigan. 15-yard penalty for unnecessary roughness.
It's interesting that that's unnecessary roughness during the play. It's not after the play was over, so in the game of football, I guess you could be too rough.
I don't know that we're going to get another replay to look at it.
Somebody did come in late and move a pile pretty hard. I don't
And that's a legal thing now.
I agree, but that's about when the flag came out. It's an interesting call, but puts Michigan behind the sticks here.
Now it's second down and 11. Empty set for Michigan. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. JJ, it's a QB draw up the middle, and he's swallowed up. Excellent work there from Damon Payne Jr., the Belleville, Michigan native who made the tackle.
And I'm not certain that was a quarterback draw. He held the ball for a tick longer than you normally see, and Michigan didn't really get the push up front to open up that middle of the field. But not what you really want to see on second down. Only a gain of 2 on that kind of play.
So that'll end the quarter. 7-7 tie ball game from Pasadena here in the 110th Rose Bowl game. Michigan with the football, 3rd and 9 from their own 31. We'll take a media timeout, but we're not going anywhere.
Absolutely not. If anybody is joining us via our Reddit post, thank you. That's a big perk of this broadcast. No commercials. We're live for 4 hours.
Whether you like it or not. Michigan's going to flip to the other side of the field, and here at WCBN Sports, we're the official student radio of Michigan Athletics, so we're privileged to be able to travel the country and follow Team 144, and just so happens that our travels have taken us to the Rose Bowl game here in the college football playoff semifinal, and I don't have a bad thing I could say about this whole experience. I mean, you talk about, since we've gotten here, the hospitality we've received from the bowl game staff, and to the game day experience getting here, the view.
Well, I mean, we're seniors. How much better of a send-off is it than this?
There's not.
I mean, that was the dream being at Michigan, and I don't think in our wildest dreams we'd expect the Wolverines to have only lost 3 games since their sophomore year. It's been an experience that words cannot describe.
Everything we do is completely student-run, student-produced, all student talent.
Shout out DJ Owen Crain on the 1s and 2s today. Everything you see production-wise.
And we don't receive any funding from the Michigan Athletic Department. We are exclusively donation funded, so if you are so inclined and would like to support student radio and what we do, feel free to donate to the station.
And we're seniors, but we want to leave it better for the next group of kids that come after us. Link is in the description as well. We really appreciate anything that anybody can do for us. It's been a privilege to cover these games, and we know that it makes so many people all over the Michigan alumni base so happy. And it's not just football. We cover non-revenue sports. That's really important for a lot of people where that coverage doesn't exist outside of us. You talk about field hockey games, volleyball games, water polo, we'll even cover. So it is a big effort we undertake, but it's something that we know is a service to a lot of people.
And we love hearing where in the world people are tuning in from. So if you want to drop it in the chat, feel free where you're tuning in from. We got a nice email from a couple of Michigan alums in Greece that for the Big Ten Championship game, I believe it was, that couldn't access the game anywhere else and were listening to us. Let's get back to the action. 3rd and 9 now for J.J. McCarthy. Brings Donovan Edwards into the backfield with him. Motion man is Roman Wilson. J.J. back to throw, and he's got Samaj Morgan. Morgan fighting, and he is thrown down. Kool-Aid McKinstry picked him up and slammed him into the turf. No flag for unnecessary roughness there.
And offense lingering on the field, but the punt unit's going to come out. You think about taking the risk here, but the field position game is more important at this stage.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, surefire first-round NFL draft pick come the spring. Him and Terrion Arnold opposite of him are two tremendous defensive backs. As Doman will boot it away, spiraling punt. Downs comes up to field it at the 23-yard line, and that's where Alabama will get the football back.
And you talk about Arnold and Kool-Aid, but I think Caleb Downs, if he could declare today, he'd go higher than both of them.
So young, as a true freshman, regarded as one of the, if not the best safety in the nation.
Everybody we talked to at Alabama Media Days had nothing but great things to say about Caleb Downs. And Nick Saban brought it up in his press conference as well about how talented he is and how willing he is to learn and be coached.
And now we might see the defenses settle in here. We talked about them not controlling the game in that first quarter with 2 scores. I think it's time for some defensive football.
14-11 to go in the half. Milroe, rusher coming, he's dropped for a sack. Michael Barrett came screaming up the middle, and that's a 3rd sack of the game for Michigan.
And Milroe took the snap and looked right instantly. Didn't see Barrett coming at all. And Jesse Minter has dialed up some looks that have Jalen Milroe a bit flustered right now because Michigan is getting to Milroe in a hurry off the ball and putting Alabama well behind the chains.
And Mike Barrett, 60-plus games he's played as a Michigan linebacker. He comes screaming on those blitzes a lot.
Does so many things well for Michigan. 2nd and 19 now for Alabama. Milroe receives the snap. Pocket collapses. Down he goes! The Michigan defense cannot be stopped early. 4 sacks on the Alabama quarterback, Jalen Milroe.
This time it was Chris Jenkins coming on a loop and then Junior Colson finishing the play, but I mean, this is quick. It's 1 count, 2 count, Milroe's in trouble.
It doesn't even matter what they're running. He can't look for anything, and he can't run either.
We haven't seen this from the Michigan defense all year. This level of pressure on the QB. 3rd and 24 from their own 11. It's a lot of maize and blue here in Pasadena, and they're getting loud. Milroe gonna run with it. He's got space. Jalen Milroe with a good pickup there. Gets back to the 24-yard line.
How about the original line of scrimmage?
A 14-yard pickup is good, but not enough.
Yeah. And Michigan will allow that on a 3rd down and long. You just want to get them off the field, sit back in zone coverage. Michigan has been throwing around some weird looks in coverage. On that play, 3 deep safeties. Milroe, I mean, we talk about him as a not polished quarterback. Michigan making him work, not even to say with the pressure that he's had to face.
Burnip on to punt, so he's clearly healthy enough to get it away. Samaj Morgan will fair catch at the 30.
Still out there. Surprised we don't see Jake Thaw. I know Morgan's been involved on offense still, but whenever the returner has made a mistake this season, Thaw, the senior, comes out onto the field in most cases, but they trust Morgan.
Well, and I think Morgan is a critical part of this Michigan game plan. Obviously, you've seen that play out here in the first few drives, but it's his ability to make quick cuts and pick up speed out of those cuts that I think a lot of Michigan receivers lack at the moment. Roman Wilson, line drive speed. Cornelius Johnson has some excellent separation, but I think Morgan's ability to potentially create some separation against a guy like Terrion Arnold is huge for this Michigan offense. It's important in a game where yards might be tough to come by, points might be tough to come by. If Morgan can break something for 30, 40 yards, a play like that just has massive implications in a game like this. So I think that's why he's still out there and why they're giving him all this trust.
And we'd like to now say hello to you from our broadcast cam. We've got set up here kind of a fun thing we like to do from time to time, pioneered by Adam Bressler last year at the Fiesta Bowl. And
and you want to spin them around, show them the view we got, if we can.
I don't know that we can do that.
Well, at least a little bit. We got to tell them what the visuals are. Hey, this spot better than a lot of spots we've had in Big Ten play.
Oh yeah,
cannot complain.
The weather is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I don't know exactly what temperature it is right now. I think it's been hovering around high 50s, low 60s today. A light breeze. Could not ask for anything better.
Just want to touch on it real quick after we saw that Alabama drive. They had some success running the ball up the middle on that touchdown drive. McClellan, a couple big runs, but went back to it once. Michigan stuffed it and haven't seen it again since. And I know when we were doing some prep for this game, saw it a lot in the film. Milroe likes to take his shots, right? He holds the ball the longest in the country. Snap to release is a little over 3 seconds, which is a long time. And sometimes he has that time because teams will only rush 3 against him and have a spy because of the danger of his legs. But I think Alabama needs to get something going quick and out so that Milroe can see a ball be thrown. He can see a defense react, because right now he's got Michigan defenders in his face too quickly after the snap.
Well, and the one scoring drive for Alabama was primarily generated on the ground with McClellan.
And Michigan bottled it up one play, and Bama has not been back to it since. And I expect Tommy Rees to make that adjustment.
Michigan offense back on the field. Alex Orji in at quarterback. We saw this package against Ohio State. They bring Mullings in motion. Orji going to keep it and run as expected. Gain of about 3. We saw Orji come onto the field in the second half against Ohio State and rip off a couple of big runs. A wrinkle that this Michigan coaching staff likes to throw in from time to time.
Still a 3 to 4 yard gain on first down. Made the first defender miss. I thought he had him to rights, but Orji is a very talented runner, and I think Michigan fans would still love to see him back next year, not to enter the portal. Does a lot of things.
Second down and 6. 11:20 to go in the quarter. McCarthy with Corum in the pistol. It's a fake to Corum. JJ. Pocket hold, looking downfield, and just overthrew Cornelius Johnson. Had him downfield. Good separation on Terrion Arnold, and JJ just overthrew it a bit too tall for Cornelius Johnson.
The anticipation was good. It was just an inaccurate throw. He got him out of his break, talked about the separation, and Johnson is a guy who I think a lot of people are wanting to see big things from. He hasn't had a real standout performance in a while for this Michigan offense.
Led the team in receptions this season, had a big game against Iowa in the Big Ten Championship. JJ receives the snap. They move the pocket out, and he'll throw toward the sideline, incomplete, looking for Roman Wilson. Trey Amos on the coverage for the Tide.
The clock's running. They're going to have to reset it. That was an incomplete pass, but in terms of a big game, I mean like the Ohio State game where he caught those long bombs. I think they do like to work him on the sideline and get him going.
So they get the clock fixed. Doman on to punt for Michigan. Downs standing at the Alabama 24-yard line. Doman's punt is high into the air. Downs has to come up to the 30 to field it, and that's where Alabama's going to get the football back. One last note on Alex Orji. Dan and I were standing on the sideline pregame watching Michigan warm up, and he was just casually launching the ball 60, 65 yards downfield. It was unbelievable.
It was impressive. It looked like a punt almost, but coming
Yeah,
from a dude's arm. And just, you know, a light crow hop into it, and then he finished off his little throwing session with an absolute laser that still carried about 55 air yards. Tight spiral. He's an impressive athlete.
He can throw the ball at the gym. He's crazy.
I want to go back to that out route to Johnson, obviously open, and McCarthy missed him. Looked like he was a little bit out of rhythm with his hitch there before the throw, but play to keep in mind because Michigan's like to dial up Cornelius Johnson late in games or in big games with a little out and up, and that was a pretty deep out there, 20-yard or so out, and the out and up has been successful at getting Johnson open for a big play. Whether or not McCarthy's been able to make the throw over the past few years has been critical, but something worth keeping an eye on, and probably something Michigan's got kind of in their playbook just in case.
And we got to see, I think, Alabama run the ball on this drive. You can't keep letting Milroe drop back to throw and just get pressure in his face immediately. They have to establish the run. And I know that's a cliche saying, and it's not something that really works, but in this scenario, I think it does. You cannot go backwards time and time again. And the Alabama front is very physical, very big, but they are inexperienced. They've had a couple miscues this season, players shuffling in and out. Their center, McLaughlin, actually switched after the Ole Miss game from a spiral snap to a dead snap after they had a fumble. So there's been a lot of turnover on this offensive line. One guy, J.C. Latham, though, Bleacher Report, scouting report on him ahead of this upcoming NFL draft, where he's probably going to be a top 15 pick, said he's got padlocks for hands and finishes his blocks thunderously, which you want to hear from a big right tackle like him. He's about 6'6", 360, and you guys had a chance to be around him during media days. Talk about Alabama's lines, imposing presence. I mean, I talked about seeing them in practice in pads, but just even out of pads. What are those guys like?
Latham, we got a chance to chat with him at
He's massive.
media day. Yes, he is. Number one, he's huge. Number two, I asked him, I said to him, what's kind of the vibe around the team? Do you guys feel like you're coming into this game as underdogs, with them being ended up being about 2.5-point underdogs according to Vegas, and obviously the 4 seed versus the 1. And I asked this to a couple of players. Dallas Turner said, no, it's whatever. We don't look at any of that stuff. Like, it's kind of whatever. Latham jumped at it immediately and really went into how they feel like they're huge underdogs in this game, that no one respects them. So
It's classic Alabama kind of talk, though.
Certainly is. It was hard to come by cool bits at media day. A lot of business as usual from both Alabama and Michigan.
No rat poison, as Coach Saban likes to say.
pistol set for Alabama, ball on the 30. Milroe standing at his own 25.
Big shift.
Bunch set on the left, lone receiver to the right. Milroe claps his hands, It's a handoff to McClellan, looking for some space, and he's got about 4 before he is swarmed by 4 or 5 Wolverines. Josh Wallace was in there.
And only a gain of about 3, but the push from that Alabama offensive line was impressive, and Michigan didn't get a hand on McClellan until that 3-yard pickup that he had.
And part of that was him being patient behind the line of scrimmage, waiting for a hole. Finally got it. Michigan's linebackers closed in, but that push is something Michigan's got to work on here.
2nd down and 7, 10:15 to go in the first half here at the 110th Rose Bowl game. 3 receivers to the left. They bring him in motion, and it's a handoff to McClellan. He's dropped for a loss. Jalen Harrell and Junior Colson were both in there. Harrell leads Michigan in tackles for loss, and he picks up another one there. Just 9th of the season.
Interior push there that Michigan got is what I just said. It's something they got to work on. Set up another 3rd down and long for Alabama, coming out empty. We have not seen them throw deep yet. That is where their strong suit is in the passing game.
Milroe just hasn't had time to let the play develop to get there. We'll see what Michigan has for him up front, and Harbaugh's going to take a timeout.
Coverage wasn't lining up how they liked it.
So at 3rd and 9 with 9:26 to go, Michigan and Jim Harbaugh take their first timeout of the game. So 3rd and 9, ball on their own 31. We've talked about how Alabama, you guys were just saying, has not gotten those deep shots, and a lot of that's because of the heat that Michigan's been able to get on the quarterback. What does that do to this Alabama offense, William? Because they're so reliant on taking those shots downfield. It'll be a 2nd and 10, and they'll just take a shot downfield kind of for the fun of it, just to see if one of their guys can make a play.
Burton's that guy. We haven't really seen him targeted in this game. We haven't seen many players targeted for Alabama just because of the pressure. But I think that the pressure impacts it immensely. The deep passing game for them isn't necessarily timing based, but you have to have the protection up front to make a play in that regard. And I think that if Alabama does want to put up a few more scores in this game, they're going to have to get that going against this Michigan defense. They cannot simply just run the ball up the middle. Michigan's done a good job, and then also having Milroe live in the short to intermediate game is dangerous in my opinion. If you were an Alabama fan, seeing him have to work as a pro-style quarterback, working through reads, he works better improvising and working out of structure, if not while in structure, getting that deep ball where you can uncork that long ball that he has.
Milroe 1 for 2 on the day for 11 yards. That is it. Only 2 passing attempts. He's been sacked twice as much as he's attempted to throw the ball downfield.
Well, and you wonder if he'll start to feel some ghosts of the defensive line potentially, just that the idea that Michigan's been in his face all day. Sometimes for quarterbacks, they can start to hear some footsteps, start to feel some pressure when it's not there in general, and can speed up that internal clock of when he feels like he needs to throw the ball and could force some rash decisions. Milroe's improved a lot over the course of this season, but in prep for this game, we saw that he's thrown some balls that are interceptable, and Michigan's a team that very capable of making a play on the football in the secondary. So,
and they've forced a turnover in 11 straight games. It's an active streak, not one yet today. But 12 of 13 games overall. The only one they didn't, I believe, is Bowling Green.
Hasn't necessarily been loose with the football this year. 23 passing touchdowns to 6 picks. But
it certainly feels like there's some throws that are a little bit more dangerous maybe than you would hope as an Alabama fan for Milroe.
Still 3rd and 9 for the Tide. Isaiah Bond and Kendrick Law split out to the right with the tight end Dupree in the slot. 2 receivers to the left as well. Empty set for Milroe. They bring Law in motion, and it's a keeper for Jalen Milroe. Milroe trying to get the edge, doesn't have it. Mike Sainristil brought him down, and that's a big-time stop from the Michigan defense.
I was wondering if Tommy Rees was going to use some QB design to try and get Milroe kind of in the flow of this football game a little bit more in terms of a positive progression. And there's a handoff to Law, who's dangerous. He's on the kick return team. He's done an excellent job for them there, but Michigan stayed at home, and Sanderstall making another big play for this defense.
Reese has put it on record saying that he wants to get Law more involved. Michigan knows he's dangerous, but they know Milroe is more dangerous. Interesting action to have Milroe go up the middle instead of trying to work the edge on a 3rd down and long rather than 3rd down and short.
Burnip on to punt. Ball is marked at the 32. Burnip gets it away. Michigan had good pressure coming. Morgan's going to let it bounce, and it takes a favorable bounce for Alabama inside the 20. Going to settle down inside the 20, marked at the 16. So Michigan gets the football back. 8:26 to go in the half. J.J. McCarthy has the ball at his own 17-yard line. 83 yards to go to punch it in for a score. And since the opening drives of this game, we have not seen either team really get much going on offense.
Yeah. And I think we haven't really seen much from Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner, 2 targets on the opening drive, or the second drive at least 2. I'd like to see them get more involved.
Michigan tightens up the formation. Bunch set to the right. 1 receiver to the left. It's a handoff to Corum. Corum looking for some space. Keeps the legs turning and takes it all the way up to the 24, 25-yard line. Real good pickup on 1st down for Michigan.
Corum's been successful on the ground today. That's his 6th carry now for 37 yards, but Michigan hasn't given him that workload that we've become used to seeing from him, especially in these colder November football games. Obviously not the case here, but
trio of receivers to the right. It's Tyler Morris, Cornelius Johnson, and Roman Wilson. McCarthy in the shotgun has Corum to his left. They bring Barner across the formation. It's a handoff to Corum. Nearly a tackle for loss in the backfield, but Corum slips it and gets enough for the 1st down.
And that's his ability as a runner. Maybe lost a little bit of explosiveness after his injury to his knee last season, but he's still so physical, keeps his pad level low, shrugs off tacklers, picks up an easy 1st down.
Eboigbe was in the backfield and tried to make the stop, and Corum just slipped right past him. Deontay Lawson was the one that brought him down. 1st and 10 for Michigan. 7:10 to go in the half. JJ claps his hands. It's another handoff, and it's about 3 there.
An interesting, a pulling guard on that play, more of a power run. We've seen Michigan have success in this game with more zone blocking schemes, just straight out pushing the defensive line just to switch up there. But, I mean, they do run multiple in the run game. So as the game wears on, we'll see which one they prefer as they see which one works better against Alabama.
Eboigbe made the stop on that play, 2nd and 8. Ball on the Michigan 31. Morgan in motion. They bring him around. It's a fake toss. JJ going to throw downfield. He's got Loveland for a 1st down. Colston Loveland is brought down by Jalen Key, but not before Michigan moves the chains.
And the motion with Samaj Morgan gets the linebackers to slide a little bit to the outside, and Loveland kind of slips in right behind him, and on target throw from McCarthy.
You talk about on target, that's a heck of a throw in between 2 linebackers. Lawson was behind Loveland. JJ's not afraid to zip that in there. We saw that the touchdown against Ohio State through 2 defenders.
Let's go Blue chants echoing throughout the Rose Bowl Stadium. It's a toss up, back to McCarthy now, who has to just get rid of it. Now he's got Wilson inside the 40. What a play by J.J. McCarthy as he's a little slow to get up.
That might be the most ridiculous 28-yard pass play of all time. It's a pass to Edwards. We've seen Edwards throw it before, and then McCarthy makes a one-handed grab, and Wilson's wide open on this near side of the field by the Michigan sideline.
They've done that halfback pass with Dono, like you said. JJ's a gamer, though. He's going to stay in there, take a hit, get back up.
He got landed on hard. A lot of weight came down on his hand there.
We'll probably see Michigan start to run the ball more as they work towards the red zone.
I would put some money on this being a handoff to Corum.
Michigan breaks the huddle quickly here, and it is a handoff to Corum. Corum had a hole open
had a
up,
hole.
but gets leveled
Oh, man.
at the line of scrimmage.
Good discipline by Alabama's linebackers, because on that C-gap right side, that's a big game.
That was a hit by Caleb Downs, because Corum is a big dude, and you don't see him get rocked often, but looks like he was picking up a head of steam. And then,
well, over 100 tackles now for a freshman.
yeah, and then Downs just laid the wood on him there in the middle of the line.
2nd and 10, no gain on the handoff to Corum. 4:40 to go in the half. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's another handoff, this time to Edwards. Edwards looking for a crease. He's got nothing.
Yeah, and 2 straight handoffs, and that's not really Dono's game either, the inside runs. We do see him sometimes burst to the outside. He had a touchdown like that against Penn State, but I think you'd like to see that more from Corum or a different kind of play. We'll see if McCarthy's healthy here on a 3rd down and long.
Tim Keenan, the third, was the one that wrapped him up.
Could be 4-down territory for the Wolverines here.
3rd and 10. Clock ticks down inside of 4 minutes to go in the half. JJ receives the shotgun snap. Pocket holds, and he's got his man. It's Tyler Morris. Morris inside the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Michigan! JJ McCarthy to Tyler Morris, and Michigan takes their first lead of the game. Big time stuff from number 9.
We wondered if Michigan was going to be able to create separation, specifically the receivers, and Tyler Morris, young receiver, not Roman Wilson, not Cornelius Johnson, has gotten some more play this year, and he got matched up against Deontay Lawson, was able to run away from him, and then beat the safety Jalen Key to the boundary as well. They will check it. He got very close to that sideline, but.
And maybe you don't have the draftable wide receiver 1 on this team, but there's so much depth in this group. Morris, Morgan, CJ, Roman.
And I think the scheme to get Morris coming on a drag against a linebacker and man-to-man coverage is.
Oh, and Michigan fumbles the snap on the PAT. They're able to recover, but we'll see if that looms large in this game.
William Wagner, the long snapper, I don't know if I have ever seen him make a mistake like that. Now, he was hurt a few games last year. Greg Tarr snapped last season, but Wagner, for the most part, has snapped every single ball except for in the blowouts. Maybe they sub in Tarr. Just something he's got to clean up. 1 point. See if it comes back.
That's a critical mistake from Michigan when you had all the momentum going your way.
Somewhat of a fitting ending to a bizarre drive, though, in a sense.
Bizarre game so far. I mean, mistakes on both sides, big sacks, big plays, still only 13-7.
And within those mistakes, still really well disciplined. Very few penalties in this game. It's got a good flow to it. Crowd's been involved in it. It's a coaching masterclass.
The only
Sharon
penalty
Moore's in his bag right now
was the unnecessary roughness called on Bredesen.
Right.
This has been a great football game so far. We'll recap that last drive. It started at Michigan's 17, and the key plays were the double pass, the toss out to the side for Edwards, then Edwards threw it back to McCarthy. McCarthy catches it with one hand, almost no look, just flings it downfield to Roman Wilson, who catches it inside the 40. And then a few plays later, it was J.J. McCarthy moving the pocket to the right, hitting Tyler Morris on the run, and then Morris with great yards after catch, 38-yard touchdown, puts it in to give Michigan the lead. An 8-play, 83-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 43 seconds. J.J. McCarthy in the first half so far, 9 for 14, 115 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And after the first play of the game nearly being disaster for Michigan, McCarthy has looked really solid since then.
Throwing a touchdown under pressure while you're hurt, that's a big play by 9 there.
And let's talk about this, because J.J. McCarthy's legacy as a Michigan Wolverine, I think we're all under the assumption, this is not a guarantee, but the assumption that he will declare for the NFL draft, where he will be likely a first-round draft pick come the spring. In terms of Michigan quarterbacks and his standing,
He wins a national title.
Depending on what happens
in
in this postseason, I think he has a very strong argument to go down as the greatest quarterback in the history of the program.
Yeah, I mean,
especially in the modern era.
Besides Brady, you still have a bunch of guys who not only had success in college, but in the NFL. Elvis Grbac, talk about his head coach, Jim Harbaugh, Brian Griese, Chad Henne for a long time. And it's just that Michigan hasn't had a guy that's led them to something since Tom Brady. But I think JJ in college will end up having better numbers than Brady did, even era adjusted. Obviously, that 1997 championship looms large, the last time Michigan was on the biggest stage in college football. But
last time Michigan won the Rose Bowl.
Yep, JJ's got a big shot to replicate something like that over these next 2 games. Possibly a second game.
3-0 against Ohio State, 2-0 as a starter, as Doman will send it to Kendrick Law, who will take it out of the end zone. Law, a good return man, gets hammered at the 15. A big hit from Michigan's special teams.
And I got to see, he really ran into his own guy there.
Was Matthew Hibner, number 88, who's pumped up. And this crowd, this feels like a home game for Michigan, the way this crowd is.
You walked around the concourse, it's nothing but maize and blue. A lot of Alabama fans, obviously, but the lineup introductions, a stark difference between the noise when Alabama's starting lineup was being announced to when Michigan's was.
Kendrick Law averages 25 yards a return. Got hammered there after a 15-yard return. Officially marked at the 16. That's where Milroe will go to work. Milroe will keep it on the play fake, throwing downfield, and it is.
I think he's out of bounds.
They're going to say he caught it. A big-time catch from Isaiah Bond.
Alabama hustling on the line, but I think they're going to take a look at this.
Short of the 45-yard line.
That was one heck of a throw by
We'll get the replay here.
That thing got there in a hurry.
Hard to tell.
Saab was driving on the football. They're not going to let him snap this ball, are they?
Michigan making a couple of substitutions now.
All right.
So a big completion there. Goes for 29 yards. Milroe looking to throw again. Got plenty of time. Going to air it out downfield. Looking for Burton, and it's incomplete.
You talk about
out of bounds.
Just those deep shots. Take a shot. See what happens. In college, you know, you see Washington make big plays with their wide receivers in the passing game. Sometimes it doesn't work, but when it does, it's a momentum killer. And you saw the juice Michigan had coming back to the sidelines. That's been silenced by that big catch by Bond.
Milroe had some time there to assess his options and obviously took it there, but excellent coverage by Will Johnson with the receiver step for step.
No window there for Milroe to fit the football in. 2nd and 10. 3:04 to go in the half. They bring Burton in motion. Play fake, and they will throw to Burton. Burton catches it at the 50 and will be driven out of bounds by Michael Barrett. Just crosses midfield does Burton, so Bama in the Michigan territory, 3rd and 4. Big 3rd down for this Michigan defense, William.
Maybe pin your ears back and go after the quarterback. It's worked so far. Cam Good checking out, big Cam Good. Big Mason Graham in his place, but he's a more effective pass rusher on this situation.
I think Alabama has 2 plays to get this first down here.
Freshman receiver Jalen Hale checks into the football game. Shotgun look from the Tide. It's a handoff to McClellan, and he's got enough for the first down.
And Dan, I think you're right. They came to the line thinking they got 2 plays. You run the ball there on 3rd down, set up a 4th down and short, and then really the entire world's at your disposal on a 4th and 1.
Particularly with the dynamicism of Milroe, his ability to roll out, make plays with his legs as well. And they've had success up the middle. That interior of that offensive line has gotten some good push for Alabama. And this is a nice response to that touchdown drive.
Clock down inside of a minute 50. Stewart made the tackle on the last play. And a flag. Michigan thinks it's on Alabama, false start. We'll wait the official call.
Couple shifts from Bama.
And it is on Bama.
That's
It's
on the
center, Seth McLaughlin.
Seen the center get called for just in the football landscape. Some false starts here more recently. It looks like officials cracking down on some sort of movements that.
Well, I talked about he switched the way he's snapping the ball, maybe a little uncomfortable from the dead snap, grabbing that football like a claw instead of like the way you throw a football.
1st and 15 now. Clock inside of a minute 30. Milroe, play action, looking to throw. Great protection, going for it all, and it is incomplete. Looking for Kendrick Law inside the 10, and
Rod Moore, textbook defense. Are you kidding me?
It was about as 50-50 as it gets between who's going to catch that football. It looks like both were running the route, so to speak, and Rod Moore did an excellent job of staying over the top there.
We've talked a lot about Caleb Downs, the safety for Alabama. Michigan's got a pair of really good safeties as well in Makari Page and Rod Moore, and a third one in Keon Saad, who's waiting in the wings.
And he made a play on a different Milroe deep ball. They're both, all three of them are good in coverage. Page is dropping down here on 2nd down and 15, though. One high safety, it's Moore.
Second and 15, Milroe. Pocket collapsing, he's going to step up and run. Jalen Milroe with a ton of green grass ahead of him, and he's tripped up and brought down after a big-time pickup by Rod Moore. And there it is right there. We've talked about it all weekend, all day on the broadcast. Milroe punishes Michigan with his legs there.
No spy.
1st down and 10 for the Tide. They go quick. Milroe through the air. He has his man. It's Amari Nyblack, the tight end who acts as a receiving threat for Alabama.
First time out. They still got 2 left as Alabama take one here. 48 seconds to go. Every coach you talk to wants to talk about the 8 minutes in the middle of the football game. That's where teams win. Alabama's going to get the football out of the half, and being able to score here for them is a huge deal. Whether that's 3 or 7 remains to be seen. 7 for Michigan with that mistake on the extra point will loom large. But Michigan has to come away with a win here to avoid facing 14 consecutive points if Alabama is able to score at a halftime.
That run by Milroe was the first time Michigan really got out of their pass lanes, and it was parted like the Red Sea for Milroe to run through there, and that's kind of the danger that he offers with his legs. He's going vertically up the field. It can pick up some yardage in a hurry, and Michigan has to remake an adjustment there.
6-yard hook up there for Milroe to Nyblack. 2nd and 4 now. Clock stopped with 48 seconds to go here in the half. Ball on the 26-yard line. They bring Williams in motion into the flat. Isaiah Bond on the catch there, and that's going to be short of the sticks.
Pressure was getting there on Milroe, and that ball kind of floated a little bit. I was surprised that it was complete and not batted down or maybe intercepted. Maybe it's the angle we have.
3rd and 3. Clock ticks inside of 30 seconds. Milroe looking left side, pressure coming. He's dropped for a sack. Derek Moore off the edge.
Derek Moore seems to have a knack in big moments to step up in the pass rush situations. Another one of Michigan's backup edge rushers getting around the right side on Latham this time. And making a play in the backfield. I mean, that was close to being a strip sack, too. It's going to be a long field goal kick for Will Reichard.
Earlier, Reichard was hitting in this direction from about this distance, 48, 49, 50 yards. The wind was up in his face a little bit more than it is now.
It's died down a little bit. We're looking at the flags here on the goalpost. But we were talking about it in pregame. The other side of the field, which Michigan would be able to kick a field goal if they were having the ball right now. Turner was hitting from, what do you say, 55, 58?
It would have been good from about 58 or so. Obviously, the wind has died down quite a bit, but.
So Michigan called a timeout here to stop the clock with 14 seconds left.
Well, yeah, if you miss the field goal, the ball will be set up at about the 42.
32-yard line.
No, but 10 yards back where the kick was.
So in range to have a quick play
something.
and maybe take a shot at the end zone or get in range for Turner from 55 plus.
Up 6, me personally, I would run the clock out. This is such a game where points that are at a premium. But the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history recently passed Keenan Reynolds, taking the field right now, Will Reichert.
Will Reichert's kick, ball's at the 32, will be about a 50-yard field goal. Reichert it'll be a 49-yard kick. Reichert hit from 51 against Texas this season. Snap and hold both good. The kick is on its way, and it's through.
The kick is good.
It's a win for Michigan to only allow 3 there. Like I said, Alabama's going to get the ball out of halftime. And maybe just the scenario being different here at the end of the first half. Alabama playing a little looser, throwing the deep ball, not running the ball as much. The script always is different in the 2-minute drill, but to not allow a touchdown there and have Alabama take the lead, probably go up to the locker room at half, is a big deal, especially how Michigan started with all those mistakes.
The start of this football game was a disaster for Michigan. I mean,
demoralizing. First play, we waited a month, and you think that Alabama's best player made an interception on the sideline. But fortunately enough for Michigan, the review overturned that call, and you still muff a punt, let up a touchdown. If not for that Samaj Morgan muff punt, Alabama would probably only have 3 points.
So 13-10 is our score after the Will Reichert field goal. Michigan on top, 7 seconds to go in the half here at the 110th Rose Bowl game. Winner of this game will advance to Houston to play in the national championship. Reichert's kick is going to sail out of the back of the end zone, so it's a touchback. Michigan will get the football at the 25-yard line, and William, you said you'd expect them to just take a knee and
head to this stage.
Head to the locker room with a lead.
At the 25, 7 seconds left. I think we'll see them come out in victory formation right now.
And that is what we do see, Michigan in the formation to just take a knee and get out of here with the lead at the half. And that's what McCarthy does. So
good push, though, by Alabama up front.
End of the half, 13-10, Michigan up 3 on the Alabama Crimson Tide, the Wolverines.
Closest, about a 3-point favorite.
Third consecutive college football playoff game. First time they're entering the half with a lead.
Michigan, entering this game, had only trailed 23 minutes and 33 seconds. They were down for a good bit, 7-0, and they have not trailed at all this season in the second half. That's a big deal for a team inexperienced in that regard to try and stay in front in a game like this. I think they have been tied against Maryland. I'm not sure, though. But not trailed at all in the second half, only about 20 minutes. Compared to last year, by the end of the year through 14 games, Michigan had trailed for a little over 2 full games of game time. Right now, about a 1/6 of that.
Michigan will await, or Michigan or Alabama, whoever wins this game, will await the winner of the Sugar Bowl, Texas and Washington, down in New Orleans.
That'll kick off tonight in about 2 hours.
So with that, we'll hand you over to the Michigan band and then Owen Crain for our halftime report.
She was running ballets like this in Russia. The Michigan marching band plays Swan Lake. Victories achieved through hard work and dedication, but positive thinking and optimism also work wonders. We conclude with music from Jim Harbaugh's favorite, Ted Lasso.
Michigan Marching Band, under the direction of Dr. John Pasquale, and the voice of Carl Grapentine. I'm Owen Crain alongside William Gregory. It's the WCBN halftime show at the 110th Rose Bowl. William, an exciting start to the game for Michigan, 13-10 our score at the half. The Wolverines up by 3 over the Crimson Tide of Alabama. A rough start at the very beginning, a muffed punt, an overturned interception. Samaj Morgan, things.
Couple sacks on Milrow. Big play by the Alabama passing game to close the first half. But McCarthy, 2 touchdowns. He only had thrown 1 since, I believe, the Michigan State game. And I think it was a well-deserved break for us. A couple minutes to gather ourselves. We're no Scott Hansen. Can't keep it bottled up for that long. A good break is good. And we come back for a short little halftime show as the Alabama's $1 Million Band is ready to take the field for their portion. But Michigan, I think, responded well. They are definitely the team that deserves to be in the lead in this game, especially with their mistakes. A couple questionable calls and questionable penalties. I'm curious to see the replay once this game is over. We got 2 small video boards, Owen. I know that's a point of consternation for you. And they don't often show replays.
The last one.
And so Michigan really just has played a Michigan kind of game today.
But they started incredibly slow, recovered, and especially on defense, might be playing their best football we've seen all season. Multiple sacks on Milrow. Alabama unable to move up and down the field. And yet some errors still haunting the Wolverines. An error on the snap for the extra point leaves the Wolverines up 3 instead of 4. And, of course, that muffed punt essentially hands Alabama the touchdown.
They do start at the 30. It's a 34-yard run, I believe, by Jace McClellan. Michigan has yet to allow an individual 100-yard rusher all season long. McClellan was off to a good start, but largely Michigan has been able to bottle up Alabama's offense, other than on that 2-minute drill towards the end of the game, although big sack by Derek Moore to limit the Tide to a field goal.
McClellan right now 46 yards on 5 attempts.
And Michigan's played good running backs. Travion Henderson broke a streak for him. He was averaging, I believe, over 124 yards per contest over his previous 4 before Michigan beat Ohio State in Ann Arbor in the last week of the regular season. And other good running backs. Minnesota's got a good stable. They were stymied. 2 great running backs in State College couldn't break through. This Michigan defense is legit. I don't know how many times they got to play a good team for that to be true, but it is. I think they are the best defense in the country without a doubt, and they're showing it in this game. Only up by 3, though. They have to play mistake-free football in the second half.
And let's go towards the head-to-head comparison. Michigan receiving versus Alabama receiving. The Wolverines, 115 yards on 9 attempts, 6 receivers so far. The Crimson Tide, 53 yards on 5 attempts with 4 receivers. Rushing, Wolverines with 82 yards, 17 attempts. Crimson Tide, 43 yards on 17 attempts.
And a big part of that is the sacks. Michigan, 5 sacks in the first half. In college football, rushing yards are subtracted with sacks. In the NFL, team passing yards are subtracted with the yardage lost from sacks, so it's a bit different. Milrose had some good runs today, but right now he's sitting at -2 rushing yards with 11 carries. That's not his true yardage total, but definitely has been under pressure and has not had the big escape that we've seen from him so many times this year.
The pocket for him has collapsed multiple times. When he has thrown, he's 5 for 8, 53 total yards on the air raid. McCarthy 9 for 14, and again, we mentioned it earlier, 115 yards for him. So we've talked about Michigan's strong defense. Their offense has started to get going. What do they need to do to really step up the game in the second half?
I think they've really done all they've needed to do in the running game. Blake Corum, 9 carries, 51 yards. Maybe get Donovan Edwards more involved. I think this was a game a lot of people thought he'd step up in, given his previous track record against Ohio State and TCU last season. But he had one good run and then one run stuffed at the line of scrimmage, and really it's been all Corum. A carry for Mullings, jet sweep for Morgan. Alex Orji came in the game. Michigan's always been multiple in their rushing attack, but I think just keeping it safe on the ground. It's clear that Michigan right now has been controlling the line of scrimmage on offense for the most part. Not as much as on defense in the running game, certainly in the passing game, and maybe that's a net neutral when you add them together. So I think Michigan is in control of this football game, but as I said in the open, you're facing the greatest head football coach of all time, and he's got halftime to make his adjustments. You know, he did have a month coming into this game to prepare, but you want to see what he does coming out of halftime. And also, Michigan, all the time over this 3-year stretch where they've been the most dominant team in the Big Ten, almost in Big Ten history, head coach Jim Harbaugh and the coordinators, whoever they've been over the years right now, Moore and Minter, have made halftime adjustments as well. And I just think Michigan right now is in the position to win this game if they just keep what they're doing and don't allow Alabama to capitalize on something they see on film right now in the locker room.
Yeah, the Wolverines, they're sitting in the driver's seat right now, but again, we talked about it in the pregame show. Alabama is a well-disciplined elite team led by the greatest coach in college football. They're making adjustments right now. What do you think those adjustments are, William?
I think they have to get more pressure on McCarthy. We spent a lot of time, Kelin, Dan, and I, talking about Alabama's defensive front. Eboigbe, Smith, Keenan, guys that Saban has been praising for their growth. A lot of sophomores, second, third-year guys. Eboigbe, a senior, coming back after a neck injury that limited him last season. Then obviously 2 guys that I don't even think I've said today. Chris Braswell and Dallas Turner have effectively been schemed out of this game. You saw Georgia do it some on their first drive. I talked about it in the open that Alabama plays those guys as linebackers, not as hand-in-the-dirt pass rushers. So sometimes, depending on the formation, they will be in coverage, and that's not their strong suit. They're pass rushers. But Dallas Turner is a potential top 10 pick. Braswell will be in the second round somewhere, maybe the third. And they really haven't done anything today of note. They need to get active. Chop Robinson for Penn State had really gotten to the quarterback, and that was when Carson Barnhart was at tackle. Maybe Trente Jones, with his experience, has been stepping up in this game. But Michigan's shown that against NFL caliber pass rushers, until now, they haven't really been able to handle them. But in this game, Braswell and Turner have been neutralized.
And that really speaks to the Michigan O-line and how much preparation they've had over the past 30 days since the Big Ten Championship, and really since the Ohio State game.
And it's really a lot of time to get healthy. Nugent was banged up heading into the Big Ten Championship. Miles Hinton hasn't played, but he was injured. And then obviously Barnhart getting those reps at right guard, although he has played at every single position along the offensive line during his time at Michigan. So he's a vet in that regard. Trente, multi-year player, has not been a regular starter, did start some last season. And then obviously the left side with Henderson, who has been the guy at left tackle ever since he replaced Barnhart, who moved to right to replace Hinton, and Keegan, who is the constant along with Nugent so far this year. The offensive line is not as good, not where it was last season, but it's still a strength of this team, and it's the reason why McCarthy really hasn't been under pressure as much in the passing game, and part of that has to do with Michigan's offensive play design, but I think they played well up front.
Excitement from the crowd as the Wolverines return to the field. Still about 6 minutes until we get back to the action of the second half. Kelin Flynn returning to play-by-play with William and Dan on color. And as a color analyst, you've had the opportunity to watch this game play out, see the gaps in both programs, what they need to improve upon. Just quick notes before we head to a quick break. Final adjustments for both programs.
Michigan has to be more consistent in their downfield passing attack, and I think Alabama has to start to do that. It's their strength. We're going going to go to break for a second.
WCBN Sports Rose Bowl halftime show resumes. Those of you Michigan fans, I'm sure, recognize the Michigan TV commercial in the background. Dan has joined me.
Followed up with the Big Ten commercial now. This is amazing.
I'm going to miss this one.
Yes. Well, I got to redo it somehow, right? I mean,
Actually, Connor Good of the Michigan Daily just did a piece on this and how they're adapting it next year. It's fascinating. I guess the company that originally made the Big Ten nationwide pan commercial, they went bankrupt and out of business, so some of the original tapes were lost. So the conference instead will have to completely redo the commercial. I can only hope they stick with that original theming.
And the original music.
The original music, well, that song isn't the original. It's the second iteration, but I actually prefer it. I think that's an unpopular comment. We got about 3 minutes before both of these teams return to action. Michigan up 3 over the Crimson Tide of Alabama. You've been on color. I just got Williams game notes. What changes do you want to see from both of these programs in the second half?
Well, I think Alabama's had success running the ball up the middle, but they haven't done it enough. I mean, McClellan's got 5 carries for 46 yards. That's good for a 9.2 yards per carry average, which in this day and age of football is elite. Amazing. They've had success in that area, but they haven't done it. Obviously, only the 5 carries. Milroe's been under pressure a lot, and it kind of feels like Alabama thinks they're chasing the game on offense when they're down 3 points. Michigan's obviously made a couple of mistakes, the botched PAT and then the muffed punt earlier as well, so special teams have been keeping kind of Alabama in this football game, but I think they need to get Milroe out, moving, hit some receivers early to get those guys some confidence to try and eliminate some of this Michigan pass rush that's been so successful. And for Michigan, it's just a continuation of what they were doing after the first 5 minutes of this football game. They've controlled the defensive line, has done an excellent job of getting after Milroe, and then offensively they've done a good job of spreading it out. I think Sharon Moore had an excellent game plan, and he's done an excellent job of creating mismatches. The Tyler Morris touchdown was a prime example of that, getting a receiver on a linebacker in man coverage and basically running a drag across the field, giving him time to run away from that linebacker, and obviously a big play there. So it's really whether or not Michigan's going to make a couple of mistakes that give Alabama some chance, because I think Alabama could obviously turn things around here in the second half, but Michigan dominated that first half, and they're only up 3 points on the scoreboard, so it's certainly a fun second half awaits us.
Now, finally, McCarthy opened with that overturned interception. His gameplay over the past 3 or so games, not what it was at the start of the season. Of course, scheduling differences impact that significantly. Tonight, he's looked pretty good. Your thoughts?
He certainly bounced back after that poor decision on the first drive. It's hard to criticize it as a throw because it was so just a lapse in decision making, but he's done a nice job sliding up in the pocket and making the throws that he's needed to make. He's taken some hits. He's been involved in the run game, which I think is important as well. So really good performance from McCarthy in that first half after that first drive.
Now the final thing I want to discuss with you guys, we'll go a little lighter tone as we look towards the start of the second half. It's student radio, and this is an incredible experience to come down to Pasadena, Los Angeles, call the Rose Bowl. The 3 of you are seniors. I'm a junior, and actually we'll go back to our cam. Hi, everyone. Tell me what this has been like, and really what it means to get to call Michigan football as an undergraduate.
I mean, to get this experience, to have media credentials, be able to talk to players, talk to coaches. I mean, I'm an econ major. Like, this is not necessarily something that I'm considering long term, but to have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at the Rose Bowl is truly, truly special, and it's not possible without WCBN.
Yeah. I've never been to California. Coming out here for the first time. I mean, it's been so special. It's something, I mean, ever since I saw that it was announced as a college football playoff semifinal spot, I had it circled on my calendar, something to shoot for, and especially after the 2 disappointing losses in the previous 2 playoff outings for Michigan. It's a place that they wanted to be too, and they got here. About to get set for kickoff. Owen Crain has signed off for the halftime show. Kelin Flynn is coming back.
Well, we're back from halftime. 13-10, Michigan on top here at the 110th Rose Bowl game. Michigan looking for their first Rose Bowl win since 1997. The same year they were national champions. Alabama's going to get the football first out of the half. Doman to fire it away for a Michigan end-over-end kick will be fielded by Law a yard into the end zone, and Law is buried again, this time short of the 15-yard marker. Michigan special teams putting on a show in kick coverage.
Yeah, and ever since that muff punt, those are the plays you want to make. You save 10 yards for your defense, get the Alabama offense starting in the shadow of their own goalposts, and Michigan special teams have been spectacular all year, and really it's not often that they have to make tackles in the kickoffs. Tommy Doman usually goes for touchbacks, but that's a better result.
Law, typically dangerous, averages 25 yards a return. He has been stacked up for less than 15 yards a couple of times today.
A lot of Michigan special teamers could start elsewhere in the Big Ten on defense.
Dupree in motion. It's a fake handoff, and they go to Jam Miller out of the backfield. Miller buried, 1-yard pickup. Rod Moore was right there waiting for him.
First time we've seen him, he offers a little bit of a different look from McClellan and Williams. And Williams we haven't seen as much either.
I like the play call, though, to start that drive there. Obviously not as productive as Alabama would have hoped, but something where Milroe can make a read on the run, potentially the pass as well, and get some confidence throwing the ball to his receivers.
2-yard pickup on the dump off to Jam Miller, 2nd and 8. Milroe claps his hands. It's a handoff up the middle, and there's some space for Miller as he picks up enough for the first down. Ball up to the 25, 26-yard line.
That was the freshman Justice Haynes, 22 in there.
Caden Proctor and Tyler Booker opened up a massive hole on the left side of that Alabama offensive line, and I mentioned it a bit at halftime. They've had some success running the ball at the interior of this Michigan defense.
The freshman Haynes still in there at tailback. They'll give it to him again. Nope, it's a keeper. Milroe looking to throw, nowhere to go with it. Pocket collapsing, and it is incomplete.
And
you toward the sideline.
You talk about Haynes being involved in this ball game right now. Spring practices, he was a 5-star player. Saban said, if you were a guy on a log and you didn't know it, you would not believe he is a freshman. He's an explosive player that they've been working in more and more as the season has gone on. And you'll see him in the Tide backfield next season for sure.
21 touches coming into this game for just under 140 yards and 2 scores. 2nd and 10. Milroe brings Benson in motion to the left side of the formation. One receiver split out wide to the right. Receives the snap. It's a handoff up the middle. Haynes looking for some space, and he's got it. Another good carry by Justice Haynes as he's jump-started this Alabama offense out of the break. A couple of productive carries for the freshman as he subbed off for Jace McClellan.
Excellent patience on that run. Nothing opened up initially on the offensive line, but bounced it outside and moved the chains for the Tide.
1st down and 10. Clock ticks into 13 minutes now in the quarter. It's a screen for Isaiah Bond, and he's got some room to work. Stops short of the 45-yard line.
And Michigan's got to know something's going on that left side when Robbie Utes, the blocking tight end, moves out there after motioning wide. He's an excellent blocker, makes a good key block on that play. Good pickup on first down.
8-yard gain on the screen to Bond. 2nd and 2. It's a handoff again for McClellan, trying to get the edge. Hits Mike Sanderstill with a stiff arm before he's rode out of bounds after crossing midfield.
Alabama's backs a little more free on this first drive, and they're taking their carries more outside than they were in the first half. I think Alabama a bit more scared of the interior defensive line of Michigan right now than they are on the edges, and they do have the speed to beat Michigan to the outside with their talent.
1st down and 10 into Michigan territory. Ball on the 47-yard line. Jalen Milroe in the shotgun, got McClellan to his left. They bring Law in motion. Oh, the snap is fumbled by Milroe, and he's just going to fall on it. Huge mistake there from Alabama. That's going to knock them back inside of their own 40. Ball will be at the 39-yard line.
And we talked about McLaughlin. He had a procedure penalty in the first half, a false start. I talked about earlier how he switched after the Ole Miss game from a spiral snap to a dead snap. Now, you can ring the buzzer on me right now, but I played center in high school. I spiral snapped. It was easier. The dead snap's tough. You hold the ball like a claw, and he's still keeping it there, but that's a big loss on first down, now 2nd down.
Really poor snap from McLaughlin, sets up 2nd and 23. Milroe fumbles the snap again.
That's on McLaughlin again, not Milroe.
Talking to some Alabama fans kind of before this game, they were worried a little bit about the snap of Seth McLaughlin. He's had some issues snapping the football this year. And again, back-to-back plays have kind of stopped what was a promising opening drive in the second half for the Tide.
And thinking as a center, when you're facing off against Mason Graham and Kenny Grant right in your face as soon as you snap the ball, you might hustle it a little bit.
3rd and 29 now for Milroe, and it's just going to be a handoff up the middle to McClellan, looking for something. It's a good gain, but about 20 yards short of the sticks.
That has to be infuriating for Alabama. Very promising drive going. The run game was working. Got some screen game working down here to Bond toward the Michigan sideline, and then to go backwards on 2 straight plays because of 2 low snaps, one that rolled back there and the other one
and it is something
at the shins of Milroe.
It gets in your head. The first one and then the second one, you're thinking about it too much. 3rd one for McLaughlin gets back, but that's on the center, and you don't expect that in high-level college football.
James Brockmeyer is the backup. He's a redshirt sophomore, as Burnip will boot it away to Samaj Morgan, standing at his own 9. Fielded at the 5, and he's going to take it out. Samaj Morgan spins away from a tackler and is planted at the 12. So about a 6-yard return and a 54-yard punt from James Burnip. He has been one of the MVPs today for Alabama so far, doing an excellent job of flipping the field and trying to pin Michigan.
And you talk about Burnip being the MVP for Alabama. That's a huge stop by Michigan to get Burnip on the field. We talked about at the end of the first half, Alabama scoring, getting the ball out at halftime, Michigan making a big stop. When it looked like Alabama, and maybe not Michigan making a big stop, it was really self-inflicted errors on McLaughlin's part. They looked like they had some momentum going in the running game to the Tide, and Michigan fortunate for their defense to be able to get the Alabama offense off the field and own really those middle 8 minutes. The last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 of the second half, only allowing 3 points on 2 Alabama possessions.
So the Michigan defense able to get off the field again after 2 poor snaps from Seth McLaughlin. McLaughlin, a senior, has really struggled today, especially on that last drive. It'd be interesting to see if Coach Saban makes a change on this next offensive possession for Alabama. Dan, Michigan gets the football here. What do you expect the game plan to be on this drive for the Wolverines?
Well, I'd expect a heavy dose of Corum and probably Mullings, actually. I think Mullings offers a combination of physicality and sort of creativity, maybe that Alabama, that fits the matchup against Alabama better. He hasn't been, as we've mentioned, he hasn't played a ton in recent games, and therefore hasn't been on the film for Alabama to look at what Michigan might do, and he's allowed. He's been a part of the packages that have included some wrinkles in Sharon Moore's game plan. So I think this is where Michigan, especially getting that stop, looks at the clock. They're 25 minutes away from playing for a national championship game, for the national title. And I think at this point they start to try and get that ground game in gear and chew that clock up, but also be productive and put points on the board.
One possession game, still plenty of football left. 13-10 is our score. And you talked about Mullings. He had that big catch to set Michigan up for their first touchdown of the game. It was a 19-yard reception along the sideline. And so it's the usual duo of McCarthy and Corum in the pistol for Michigan. Something we've said a lot this year on WCBN Sports. McCarthy in the pistol.
Said it again.
And it's a give to Corum. Corum nowhere to go.
I'm interested to see the adjustments Alabama makes at a halftime on defense. That's something they did against Georgia after the first defensive drive. I think Michigan being so multiple offensively in this game, it really hasn't been one thing that has driven the Michigan offense. They've gone outside, inside, run, pass, maybe not the deep ball, but everything else on the table for the Wolverines. Bama playing a vanilla branded defense.
No gain on the handoff to Corum, 2nd and 10. 9-12
showing blitz
left
though.
In the quarter. It's a toss to Edwards, left side. Donovan Edwards looking for the corner and gains 2. Really good job setting the edge there from Alabama.
And it's fortunate for Michigan that they ran away from the blitz, but Alabama's so good defensively on the strong side to limit that carry to really no gain they're calling it.
We talked about the speed of those Alabama linebackers. It was on full display there as Lawson made up some serious ground in a hurry.
Officially a 1-yard pickup, 3rd and 9 for the Wolverines. JJ diagnosing the Bama defense, going to drop back to throw. Pressure coming, flushed out. Right side, JJ on the move, going to throw it. And incomplete. Was looking for Cornelius Johnson on the sideline. He thought he caught it. Official said he was out of bounds. We'll wait on the replay.
And CJ's really comfortable in that area to work.
Now we get a second look at it. McCarthy on the move, throws it.
Yeah, he's out of bounds.
And Johnson just not enough real estate to work with there along the sideline.
Tough drive.
We're going to take a look at it.
And so clearly something on the replay sparked up discussion amongst our officiating crew.
And you know, we're not ESPN. We don't have a monitor right in front of us that's showing us what the last play was.
And I think this might get overturned.
Yeah, we're like the rest of the fan base, seeing it for the first time on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, that was potentially some serious toe drag swag from Cornelius right there.
Start calling him Marvin Jones Jr.
As well,
I think
he's in. Man, what a play. I said he is a boundary receiver. Maybe not the fastest, maybe not the quickest. Best hands, best deep ball route. But
fantastic throw from McCarthy to put it where only his guy could get it. In some traffic there, JJ rolled out of the pocket, Dan.
Yeah, and keeping the play alive, as we talked about.
And that's overturned. First down, Michigan.
Classic completing the process of the catch.
Well, and one of the keys, I think, in this game was McCarthy's ability to move, whether that's in front of the line of scrimmage, on the ground, in the run game, but also getting out of the pocket, extending plays, and extending drives like this, because I called that incomplete. I was about to say disappointing drive to not capitalize on some of the momentum gained from the Alabama miscues previously.
So Michigan has the ball on their own 26. JJ in the shotgun. They bring Morgan across the formation in motion. It's a handoff to Corum. Corum surging forward and picks up about 4.
Alabama still looking stronger up front, though, in the early going here. Orji coming back in.
And so number 10 in the maize and blue, now back in the huddle. We saw him once earlier today on a QB power, picked up about 4, and now he'll come in on 2nd and 7.
You think there might be some sort of wrinkle to this as well. We saw it in the Ohio State game. He came in, a couple big runs, kind of unlocked the running game actually in that football game in the second half, and who knows, maybe he'll let one fly on one of these snaps.
And we didn't see him throw against Ohio State. Will he here? On the move and just going to take a hit out of bounds. Looks like he was trying to get the ball downfield to Khalil Mullings.
That was the wrinkle. I mean, even against MSU, we didn't see him throw. Mullings, the intended receiver, but I think Bama more than comfortable to sit back in coverage and maybe expecting a call like that.
Maybe a little too predictable if I up here can diagnose that might be coming. I think Nick Saban and Kevin Steele and the guys who watch hours and hours of film might know that one's coming.
Don't sell yourself too short, Dan.
I appreciate it, but that one seems a little obvious there.
2-yard loss brings up 3rd and 9. McCarthy motions in Tyler Morris, dropping back to pass. Pressure coming off the edge. He's got Morris, and Morris stumbles down. He's going to be a yard short of the first down. He had space to run and just lost his footing.
That's one of the first times that pressure off the edge, and I think it was Chris Braswell getting in there to affect McCarthy's throw. If that is out in front of Morris, that's a first down. Not much more than that, though. I think Malachi Moore was coming up to lay the wood, but a first down would have moved the chains and kept the drive moving, but instead we get a dome and punt.
And they've dialed up Morris on that crosser a couple times, obviously the touchdown in the first half, but whatever it's working, Alabama's had some issues covering that with linebackers potentially.
Motion on the punt.
Doman in to punt it away from Michigan.
What a punt.
That's a good punt from Tommy Doman. Caleb Downs fields it at about the 20-yard line.
And Doman had been having some problems punting until then. That was a pure spiral. I mean, that looked like you could have thrown that ball.
So a quick 3-minute break on the TV coverage, but here at WCBN, we're not going anywhere.
Shout out the LA Metro. Took that all the way from the airport. Getting an ad for it.
Very excited about that.
Also, shout out the National Championship in Houston, Texas. That's another advertisement coming on the Jumbotron. Michigan going to NRG Stadium if they win this game. Alabama if they do. That game will be covered by WCBN if Michigan ends up playing in that game with a win. Super excited. Another place I've never been before. I don't know about you guys.
I've never been to Texas before, so would love to get the opportunity to head down there.
I've heard things are bigger in Texas.
Like trophies?
I'll tell you.
Stadiums?
Potentially.
We're going to Buc-ee's, though.
I don't know.
That's for sure.
As the sun starts to creep down the stadium, they've got the lights on here as the shadow has been cast over the Rose Bowl Stadium.
And it's soon going to turn to night. And that's the great thing about the Rose Bowl. You start the mid-afternoon sun blazing. I know when we were down on the field, being in these suits we're wearing, that was hot.
It was nice, though. A nice change up from.
Yeah. Up here in the shade, I'm a little chilly now, I have to say. But
I'm feeling pretty good. It's a good temp. A lot better than Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about the next 3 months of Ann Arbor gray that are coming.
Well, and that's the mystique of the Rose Bowl. I mean, sitting in the snow and the freezing rain for
Jim Harbaugh talked about in his presser
your entire life, and then you come out here, like he said, the palm trees. It's just something different.
He talked about being a little kid. You've got your laying on the floor with your
feet up and your hands on your chin
like this.
What a character.
He said it's the reason why so many Midwesterners move out to California.
It was a lot of fun to listen to Harbaugh speak this week and his mannerisms and
all
use
three
of
of
analogies.
All three of us living in Michigan right now, outside of being at the University of Michigan. I mean, for me, like California was some island out there that maybe didn't even exist until I got here. I wasn't sure that it was real, but now I'm here and it's crazy.
We're almost back to the action now. Alabama trotting their offense onto the field. They have been stymied by this Michigan defense pretty much the whole game. The last drive, Alabama got a little bit going in the ground game, but Seth McLaughlin, the starting center, with 2 poor snaps, and that set the Tide back.
I'm curious to see what his hand placement is here, and Alabama's not an under center team. I think they've only taken 1 snap on that quarterback sneak in the first quarter from under center.
No change. McLaughlin's still in the game at center.
But he's switching it to a spiral snap, not a dead snap anymore.
Trips out to the right, and it's a handoff to McLaughlin. He's buried by Mason Graham after a gain of 2, maybe 3.
Good time that time by the Michigan defensive line. Mason Graham coming over, making a play, being physical up front, using his hands, and then sliding over and making a nice tackle.
2nd and 7. It's another handoff to McLaughlin, and he's going to be stacked up short. Make that Haynes.
Jace McClellan on the carry.
McLaughlin.
Mason Graham made that play again. He's done a good job all season for the Wolverines, but coming up big right here on this drive. Big play here for Alabama.
3rd and 4, they go empty. 2 receivers to the right, 3 to the left. They bring Jam Miller into the backfield. They dump it off to Miller, and it's incomplete. Josiah Stewart was flying in to make a hit, and Milroe just missed on the pass.
And outside of that 2-minute drill to end the first half, Alabama not really doing anything beyond the line of scrimmage in the pass game, and the pressure has not really been there like it was on their first couple drives, where it was pressure up the middle, pressure off the edge, pocket closing in, Milroe nowhere to go. Really right now they're just playing conservatively.
Well, they haven't quite given that Michigan pass rush an opportunity to make a play since. It's been a lot of the quick stuff, and it's costing them.
Burnip will fire it away. He's been tremendous today for Alabama, as Morgan has to back up inside the 20. Lets it bounce, and that takes a favorable bounce for the Tide. Just short of the 10-yard line. They'll mark it at the 11.
Loses about 5 yards. He was going to fair catch that ball, but he might have lost it. Didn't want to make the same mistake he did in the first quarter that allowed the only Alabama touchdown after a short field drive for the Tide. And Michigan, like I said, I mean, the defense has just settled down in a game like this after those first 2 drives, where it's about the little things. The field position game, Michigan now backed up to the 10 again. They had the reviewable Cornelius Johnson catch that was reversed from an incompletion that resulted in a first down. And then another little thing, JJ just getting thrown off his spot a little bit to not be able to lead Tyler Morris for a first down. That resulted in a punt. Miscue for Alabama, throwing that ball over Miller's head on 3rd down. It just comes down to execution in spots like this. And I am interested to see this being, I think, one of the most inexperienced Alabama teams overall in the career of Nick Saban, whether or not when it comes down to it, they'll be able to come through. Obviously, the Auburn game, big-time moment there at the end, Gravedigger. Milroe to Isaiah Bond in the back corner of the end zone. A few other games they came back or won close. But I'm just curious to see what Alabama does as we are close to the 4th quarter.
4:41 to go in the 3rd quarter of play. Michigan on top 13-10. We're in the middle of a media timeout right now. About 1:30 left there. As we, up here in the broadcast booth, are just trying to take in some of the sights, sounds of Pasadena, of the Rose Bowl. Again, as the sun begins to set over the San Bernardino Mountains here. (13-10) Michigan, and William. Michigan getting the football back here.
Yep.
3-point game. You had a special teams there on a low snap from William Wagner that led to a miss. Weren't able to convert on the PAT. Going forward here for Michigan, is that something you're concerned about? The special teams snapping situation?
No, like I said, I'd never seen a mistake like that from him. And maybe, well, you're up 3 in this situation. You don't want to chase points and go for 2 if they score a touchdown, that being Michigan. But business as usual. Same with the Samaj Morgan punt. Muff, he's still out there catching punts. So I think the coaching staff for Michigan is just going to treat it as a single mistake. And they trust their guys, especially Wagner. He's a fifth-year senior.
1st and 10, ball at the 11. Couple of tight ends motioned out to the right side of the formation. Trips to receivers to the right. JJ sets down and throws, and that pass was tipped up. Caleb Downs on the coverage. McCarthy was looking for A.J. Barner.
Downs has been glued to Barner all afternoon. That was a little 6-yard curl in the middle of the field, and honestly, McCarthy put the ball in the only spot that was possible for Barner to catch it, but
Downs got there at the second that he needed to, and that was a pass in the first half that Terrion Arnold broke up, a throw to Barner on a curl like that.
2nd and 10 now, 4:37 to go in the quarter. Michigan on top, 13-10. JJ turns, gives to Donovan Edwards. Edwards tries to slink forward for a couple of yards, and
I think some stuff going on after the play.
I think Terrion Arnold, we didn't catch it, might have said or done something to Darius Clemens, and the officials didn't notice it. The Michigan sideline is irate.
They're about 20 yards away from the play. There's a wide receiver blocking on that play.
Boygby made the stop on the last carry that picked up 1 from Edwards. Another 3rd and 9 for Michigan. Roman Wilson in motion. McCarthy looks, throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. Wanted Samaj Morgan.
That was there.
it was. Morgan on that slant again. Michigan's gone to him in that area a couple times tonight, and good throw, maybe just a little too much zip on it for Morgan, who broke out of his route a little late potentially, and disappointing, I think, if you're this Michigan offense, not being able to kind of begin to put the tide away. The defense is doing their job in that regard. And, the next touchdown would have, make it a 2-score game and really give you some confidence and some comfort.
Tyler going for the block. Tyler sending everybody. Ooh, back off. And it's a bad punt again.
Doman's punt bounces just past the 50 and will be great field position for Alabama. Tommy Doman normally, the last month of the season, he had been on a tear punting the football. 5
straight games with a punt inside the 12, multiple games with punts inside the 5. He was the MVP of Purdue, burying the Boilermakers a couple times in that game.
Pinned Maryland real deep in that game a handful of times.
I'd say he's the MVP there too. But one thing I want to say about JJ, I've talked about it before, he's really only got one speed on his throws, and that's a bullet. I think that, Dan, you said it, too much juice on that throw to Morgan where it was just too far out in front.
And not that isn't the time for a bullet throw, and it's probably a catchable ball.
But just that
for Morgan,
JJ, that's the one knock that I would have as an NFL draft evaluator on him when you talk about him as a quarterback taking his game to the next level. The multi-level throws aren't necessarily there, and sometimes the accuracy when he's just trying to fire it in there is off.
Another media timeout. Bama's going to get the football back at about the 46-yard line, nearly at midfield. And William, you talked about after the first couple of drives these defenses really settling more into the ball game, and it's been exactly that.
Well, this is a big time for the Michigan defense to show up with a splash play, a sack, maybe a turnover. We haven't seen a turnover outside of the muff punt from Samaj Morgan, and now Mr. Brightside playing, and everybody's going nuts. But I think that Michigan needs to force a negative play, or at least if they allow one first down, they can't allow a second. That would set up a long field goal attempt for Will Reichard. But you really want to stay in the lead right now. I think a tie would be okay for Michigan, but that touchdown going into the fourth quarter down by 4 against this defense with how hit or miss Michigan has been offensively. This is, I think, the most pivotal drive in the game so far.
Certainly, and if you're Alabama, like I think this is where you kind of unleash some stuff if you haven't already, right? Like this, if you've got a trick play, I think now's a good time for it.
Not even that. I think you just got to play a little bit more loose in general.
Yeah,
like let Milroe do something.
They do look tight, I think, and Milroe's an elite athlete, right? And how can Alabama maximize that on this drive, but also for the rest of the game? They've got great field position here, but 2 first downs away from a reasonable field goal attempt. So, you said it, William. It's a critical point in this football game. Big drive, momentum-wise, as we head into the fourth quarter.
And I think Bama might be coming out in that split backfield set. No, Law's going to go out wide.
Law and Bond break out to the left. Milroe with a shotgun look has the freshman Haynes in the backfield with him. And it's a keeper for Jalen Milroe. Milroe with a good pickup, lowers the shoulder on Will Johnson and Makari Page. Good run from the quarterback Milroe.
And you want Jalen Harrell to set a harder edge on that play. He was sucked in to the action on the handoff, and Milroe's too quick. He gets to the outside with ease.
I think Quentin Johnson, the safety, also dove a little too hard there as well. Allowed Milroe to get outside.
9-yard scamper for Milroe brings up 2nd and 1. Milroe gives to Haynes. Haynes has the corner, and another good carry there from the freshman. He has been the most productive weapon on Alabama so far. 3:05 to go here in the quarter.
And like I said earlier, Alabama's got the talent to beat Michigan outside. For the longest time, they just kept running it up the middle, but the speed, and it's something we've talked about a lot, Michigan's linebackers, not necessarily the quickest, especially those edge rushers. They're heavier on the line of scrimmage.
1st and 10, ball on the Michigan 38. Milroe in the shotgun, Haynes to his left. Pressure coming in the face of Milroe, and he escapes it, and this is where he's most dangerous. Milroe making defenders miss, and nearly a first down. We'll see where they spot it. Cam Good had Milroe dead in the rights, and then Milroe turns it into a 10-yard scamper.
And I mean, you can't blame the big fellas up front. That's a heck of a play by 4 to get out of there, make a couple people miss. I mean, good offense beats great defense a lot of times.
Another first down for Alabama at the 28. Milroe receives the snap, handoff to Haynes up the middle. Haynes churning, and he's wrapped up by Derek Moore. Junior Colson in there as well.
And that kind of play allows the Michigan defense to flow to the football. You don't have the misdirection of a quarterback run as the clock stops. Game clock operator just letting it run, I think. They had to reset it again.
Yeah, Jalen Harrell was down on the field for a moment. I believe referee stopped play for that as Sab checks in. Actually, looks like 3 safeties.
They've been doing that a number of plays. Jenkins comes off.
Rod Moore drops down lower. 2nd and 7 now for Alabama. Clock ticks inside of a minute 40 in the quarter. Niblack splits out wide to the left. Milroe looking, throws, and has his man Isaiah Bond. Bond spun down by Mike Barrett. So another conversion from Alabama, and that'll move the chains again.
Good protection by Alabama. Michigan brought Rod Moore down to force a sort of simulated pressure. He came down to rush, but Michigan only ended up rushing 4. Stewart had to go back into coverage. Alabama diagnosing that well, getting a good game, picking up the first down.
And good read by Bond as well to just kind of sit in the soft spot of that zone, let Milroe go through his progressions, and then there for the sort of 6-yard check down, and then making something happen after the catch.
60 seconds to go in the third quarter. 1st and 10 from the Michigan 16. Alabama going to work. Milroe, keeper, right side, looking for the edge, and he won't find it.
That's textbook on defending the quarterback run there. Milroe was looking for potentially a place to throw, but also a place to stick his foot in the ground and get upfield, and there was none. Michigan forced him out of bounds on the sideline.
And running to the wide side of the field, Michigan did a great job scraping down, like you said, Dan, just following the quarterback, not overrunning their blocks. and Milroe now 2nd and 10. Big play here.
This Michigan defense getting the crowd involved. Milroe in a pistol set. And a flag's thrown again. We've got another penalty. This one looks like it's going to be going on the Tide. Tyler Booker, the left guard.
McLaughlin's saying a sigh of relief that it wasn't him. I'll tell you what. But Milroe, I want to say, now the Tide backed up to the 21. 20 out of his 23 passing touchdowns this season have been from 15 yards out or further. I was going to say that when they were lined up at the 16, but this is where the Tide like to throw the ball to the end zone.
That'll end the third quarter. Alabama's going to let it run out. We've got 15 minutes of football left here at the Rose Bowl. Michigan up 13-10. No scoring in the third quarter of play, but Alabama knocking on the door here on the doorstep of the red zone.
And a good return to form for Michigan. Now 2 straight games not allowing a score in the third quarter. After not allowing one up until the Maryland game, 2 touchdowns in that third quarter. Ohio State also scored against Michigan in the third. But now, out of halftime, the Michigan defense reasserting their dominance, and that was big in a half where Alabama got the football first. Now, obviously, the fourth quarter, as it turns over, Alabama's got a good shot for at least 3 points here. But for Michigan to right now be up 3 entering the fourth quarter is a huge deal.
I agree, and you'd think this has to be a must-win for the Michigan defense here on this possession, holding Alabama to a field goal attempt. 2nd and 15, Alabama helped you out with only their 2nd penalty of the day. 2 false starts for the Crimson Tide. And so got to stop them for 2 plays from getting to 15 yards. Obviously, Milroe's shown his ability to run. That's going to be something that Michigan's got to keep in the back of their mind.
And this is where that failed PAT conversion looms large here, because even if you're Michigan and you're able to force a field goal try, that ties the football game.
Yeah, and I mean, mistakes on both sides. It's a college football game. Michigan was fortunate to get those 2 bump snaps by McLaughlin and force the Tide back on a drive that looked really promising. And then 1 point, you know, if Michigan is unable to score at all in the second half, that's on them. That's not, you know, you're not holding out. It's not 1973 for just a field goal as the last score in this game. Michigan has to put the ball, I think, in the end zone if they want to win this game. I don't think a field goal, just in the way that Alabama late in games can come back, Michigan has to open up at least a 7-point lead at some point in this fourth quarter if they want to come away with the victory.
Kirk Herbstreit getting inducted into the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame. Obviously, he's here with Chris Fowler calling the game. We actually got to chat with Chris Fowler for a little bit at Media Day. That was, Dan, a very insightful and fun conversation to have with one of the best in the business.
Yeah, Chris Fowler was carrying his spotting board around, looking like he
looks like a poster board.
Looking like he was ready to call the game right then and there, but just gave us a lot of really good words of wisdom about sort of the industry and the business, and we also just shared his excitement for this game and these 2 teams and this.
We got my boy Ben Herbstreit up on the Jumbotron right now. Kirk's golden retriever, who I haven't seen him yet today, but I think he might be here. That's the real star.
He's been the social media star in recent weeks.
He got an athletic feature written about him. How many dogs can say that? Maybe Victor the Frisbee dog, possibly.
Alabama breaks the huddle quickly. 2nd and 15 to start the fourth quarter. Kendrick Law lines up in the backfield. It's a keeper for Milroe. Milroe looking for space, barreling over defenders, and he's down inside the 5. First down, Alabama. The quarterback, Jalen Milroe, getting it done late.
Caden Proctor fired up after that play, and the split backfield set was something we had talked about coming into this game. Dangerous set for the Tide.
First and goal from the 2 for Alabama. Milroe turns, gives, McClellan got it, he's in untouched. Touchdown, Alabama. Jace McClellan, his 2nd of the day. Michigan just got sucked in. It was an easy walk-in score.
Quentin Johnson slipped. That was his edge there. And again, overcommit, and McClellan finds pay dirt for the second time today. It's an impressive drive for Alabama. I think William, we mentioned a critical point in this football game, and Bama went down and punched it in.
And I talked about it. Alabama executing towards the end of this game is a big deal. One of the younger teams for Saban, especially at this stage. You know, they've had teams that have missed out on the playoff only a few times, though. Jesse Minter said it's basically the Alabama Invitational as the Reichert extra point is up and good, 17-13. But Alabama really just put the hammer down on that drive, running the football effectively, and Michigan's defense without an answer. But now the offense needs to answer, and like I said, they need 7. They need a touchdown to win this game.
8-play, 55-yard touchdown drive that took 4 minutes, 14 seconds off the clock. Capped off by a 3-yard score from Jace McClellan. McClellan's been pretty productive today for Alabama. Toted the ball 10 times, 71 yards, 2 scores. And Milroe getting some work on the ground on that drive. Tommy Rees, a couple of designed calls to get Milroe's legs going. So Reichert sets up the football at the 35-yard line to fire it away to Samaj Morgan. 17-13, Alabama over Michigan in the 110th Rose Bowl game. Reichert will boot it away, and that sails through the end zone. Michigan gets it at the 25. And the Alabama sideline with some juice, trying to get their crowd involved. It's, I'd say, about a 60-65% Michigan fan base here. And
well, and you could talk about it all you want, however many Michigan fans are here. The SEC is almost always rowdier than the Big Ten. They know how to root. So Michigan working out of the shadow of the Alabama band here. Got to get the ball moving.
Split backfield for the Wolverines. They bring Morris in motion. It's a handoff to Corum, trying to find the edge, and there's not much there. Maybe got one.
And like I said on Alabama's last offensive drive, you got to let your superstar guy work. McCarthy's got to get the ball in his hands and make a play here. Milroe did on that last drive, like I said he needed to. And you can't win this game without JJ's arms or his legs. He has to make a stamp if the Wolverines want to escape Pasadena.
17-13, Alabama leads the Wolverines. Under 14 minutes to go in the contest. Michigan with 2nd and 9 on their own 26. It's a play fake. McCarthy steps up in the pocket, delivers, and he's hit as he throws. Incomplete.
He's hurt. He got up, but he was rolling on the ground.
And that was a big licking he took from Eboigbe. Justin Eboigbe has been all over the place in this game for Alabama.
Yeah. He's the leader of that interior defensive line. We haven't heard as much from Braswell and Turner. They got players everywhere.
Another 3rd and 9 for Michigan. JJ gonna throw for it. Flushed. Hits Edwards, and Edwards couldn't hold on to it. A quick 3 and out for the Wolverines, and I don't want to say the tide of this game, but the tide is turning in favor of Alabama.
Pun.
The tide is turning
possibly
crimson.
Intended. And we talked about it earlier, but this is the first time Michigan has trailed in the second half this season. And you want to see how your team responds in that situation when you're not experienced with it. And this is a veteran team that has trailed in the second half before, but not this year. And in that first drive, coming out with a flat performance like that is troubling.
Doman will send it away for Michigan, and it's another short punt.
Man, good bounce though, and it hit him
Michigan
tied.
Bounce, and Downs dove on the football after it nicked an Alabama player, but
and the breaks haven't gone Michigan's way. That's a ball that, you know, if luck is on your side, ends up with your gunner. But in that case, Alabama lucky for Downs to dive on it, and now Michigan needs a stop.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you think, given how flat the offense is and how stymied they've been, a turnover would be something that could help sort of flip the momentum in this game. But it's amazing how flat the Michigan offense looks at the moment. I mean, this is what they talk about. These are the games that they're like, this is what we got to win. This is what we got to do to kind of establish the program. And to come out that flat and have nothing work there is, I'm sure, disappointing for them. And it's been putting pressure on the defense to be perfect today. And the defense has played a really good game so far. And they're going to have to come up with a couple more stops here down the stretch. And I mean, what happened to everything Michigan was doing offensively in the first half? Inside, outside, power, zone. It's not that they were doing everything they wanted to do and the Tide were allowing it, but that mix-up of stuff kind of can balance the talent differential that these two teams have. Michigan is not a five-star laden team. So many people talked about it in the preseason. If Michigan wanted to win the national title, they'd have to buck every single trend, because every team that has won it in the playoff era recruits at the highest level. And the way that you take away the talent disparity is through your scheme. And Michigan has stood up defensively, I think, but offensively, if you want McCarthy to be the greatest quarterback in Michigan history and a first-round pick, he's got to step up. And in this game, he really hasn't. And I think Sharon Moore has lost a little bit of that rhythm that he had early in the game, where plays kind of flowed off of each other. I think now he's probably looking through, seeing what he can find, what maybe wrinkles he might have, or what he used earlier that he can kind of build on, and maybe even give Alabama a entirely different look. But the Michigan defense needs to stop just for an energy shift in here. You can start to feel kind of this. And you talk about stuff that's never been done before, streaks broken. Some talk before this game was Bo Schembechler's 7-game bowl losing streak that ended in the 1980 Rose Bowl win over Washington. 1981 Rose Bowl, I can't remember. And Jim Harbaugh on this Michigan team riding a 6-game bowl losing streak, 3 straight playoff losses. Harbaugh's only won 1 bowl game in his Michigan head coach tenure, first year beating Florida 41-7 in 2015. Alabama's been here almost every year, and you got to overcome a mountain right now if you're the Wolverines. Alabama's won 3 national championships in the college football playoff era, 6 under Nick Saban. This is the standard. And Tyler Booker said he drew some ire talking towards former Georgia player and ESPN analyst David Pollack, saying the Alabama standard can never be replicated, only imitated. And the Tide are back on the biggest stage after beating Georgia, who some saw as going for their crown. 1st and 10 for Milroe and Alabama. They have it at the 32. It's a play-action fake dump-off, and that's a good pickup there for Alabama. Great play design. Kobe Prentice on the pickup. They've set that up most of the game, having somebody come in motion, and this time Milroe pulls it out of the back's belly, and quick dump off there to get this drive started, and again, keep that energy and that momentum that this Alabama offense and fan base and team entirely can. Where's the pressure right now? Michigan defense looks to be in quicksand right now. They're playing slow. Split backfield for the Tide. They send Miller in motion. And Milroe breaks a tackle from Mike Sainristil. And the ball is free. It's on the ground, and I think Michigan's got it. And that was an absolutely. Jalen Milroe fumbled the football, broke a tackle from Mike Sainristil, and I believe it was Quentin Johnson that was ready to hit him. Milroe tried to make a move, shook a little too much, and the ball sprung free. And Michigan with a huge takeaway there. Quentin Johnson punched it out. How about that play from the senior? And Johnson had some issues in containment the last drive. He let Milroe get outside of him, and then on the touchdown let McClellan get around the edge, but that time did an excellent job of making Milroe go horizontally and got his hand in there. And Johnson, not just a senior, I think he's been here for 6 years. A graduate. He is a Michigan player through and through.
That's what Michigan needed. We talked about the inevitability of the tide, the energy draining. Michigan gets the ball back.
Josh Wallace recovered it. Michigan with the football at midfield. JJ throws wide open. Roman Wilson inside the 40, makes the defender miss and is brought down at the 31. Michigan with some juice.
And early in the game against Georgia, Georgia had some success moving the SEC championship game. Georgia had some success moving the ball in Alabama with quick throws like that to the flat.
McCarthy and Michigan go quick. It's a screen. Cornelius Johnson fights back to the line of scrimmage. Caleb Downs, we've said his name a ton tonight, was the one that made the hit.
And I want to go back to that last throw. Roman, first catch of the ball game for him. And in these big games the past few weeks, he really has not been involved after his, program record under Jim Harbaugh amount of touchdowns for a wide receiver, double digits through 8 weeks. Only behind, I believe it was Desmond Howard through that many games until I think he broke it against MSU.
11 scores on the season for Wilson. 2nd and 10. It's a flea flicker. McCarthy lost the football and he falls down on it.
He had Morris wide open too. That's
Michigan, we knew they'd bring it out at some point today, and Corum on the toss back just left it a little short.
And that wasn't really a traditional flea flicker. That was a double toss. That was the short toss. Like, I mean, I don't want to bring it, but Bryce Love at Stanford, he used to get that short toss all the time, working inside instead of outside. And like you said, Kelin, JJ not able to get it back when Corum left it a little too soft.
So now it's a 3rd and 17 for Michigan after the defense got a huge takeaway. Empty set for Michigan. They bring Donovan Edwards all the way outside. It's a screen set up for Samaj Morgan. Morgan looking for some space, brought down at the 30.
That's a type of call you're looking to just put 3 points on the board, which is disappointing considering the field position there. But poor execution by the offense to not be able to capitalize on an excellent play by that Michigan defense and Quentin Johnson. But big kick here for Turner. He was good from 52 in this direction earlier. But to get it inside a field goal game, I think revs the Michigan crowd back up.
William Wagner had the low snap on the PAT. Ball marked at the 31. Kick is up, and it is good. James Turner, no good.
No good. I think he hooked it left. And Turner, that's his first missed kick since September. He had really become a trusted part of this Michigan team, transfer from Louisville in his 5th year out of Saline High School, coming back home. He had made 3 field goals over the past 2 games, a couple from 50, which matched his career long this season. And I think the operation was good. He just missed it. And that's what you get in college. Michigan can't turn the Milroe turnover in anything, which is a big loss.
And now Alabama's getting the football back with pretty decent field position as well.
Yep.
Ball will be at the 31 for the Tide. And what could have been a game-altering turnover forced by the Michigan defense results in 0 points after the mishap on the flea flicker.
Now, the offense kind of stole a little momentum there back for the Tide, but the Michigan defense right now, we saw them take a game like Maryland, for instance, 3 straight 3-and-outs when Maryland had 3 drives to tie the game. Michigan defense stands tall, and now they have the notion that, all right, it's not just impending doom here in the second half. Look what we did in the first. Look what we just did on that last drive. Play with intensity, play with your hearts on your sleeve, and just win this game like so many times this season where the defense steps up, even with all the offensive weapons that Michigan had, all the people coming back from last year. It has been a defensive football team, and right now the defense needs to make a stop, get the offense back on the field. Even after the last drive where they did that, they got to do it again.
It feels like the Alabama offense has found their rhythm and their setup, right? It's these quick throws, not allowing the Michigan pass rush to have some influence, and then it's using Jalen Milroe's legs. And it's been an excellent adjustment by Tommy Rees to use a little bit more RPO. And as you said, William, let Milroe make plays, as he's quite obviously their best player and most dynamic kind of athlete on offense. And They've given him the ball, they've trusted him with it, and he's come through here in the second half.
(17-13) Alabama leads Michigan. 10:30 to go in the 110th Rose Bowl. Michigan in their third consecutive college football playoff game. Lost the first two. Orange Bowl in 2021 to Georgia was, to put it mildly, just a beatdown.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you expect. That was one of the greatest college football teams of all time. And right after the 2019 LSU team, one team getting it done with offense, one team getting it done with defense.
And then, of course, last year, the heartbreaker in Phoenix in the Fiesta Bowl against TCU. And now Michigan, with the third iteration of this team, you can say, this core, trying to break through against one of the nation's best. Ball at the 31-yard line. That's where Milroe and Alabama will take control. Law and Burton out to the left. One running back in the game for Alabama. They bring Oots in motion. It's a handoff to McClellan. McClellan with a good carry there, picks up 4. And still plenty of football left. 10:17 to go. 2nd and 6 now for Alabama. But there needs to be some urgency. Would you guys agree with that from both of these sides, really, but especially Michigan?
Absolutely. I mean, Michigan's got to get a stop. 2nd and 6.
Milroe claps his hands. Looks over to the Bama sideline for the signal.
That pressure's got to come back like we saw in the first half. 5 sacks, none in the second.
Milroe in the shotgun. McClellan to his left. It's a handoff to McClellan, and he breaks a big gainer there. McClellan continuing to break tackles, and he's all across midfield. Michigan had 3 chances at burying McClellan, and he just stayed on his feet.
And you can see the defense trying to make plays, reaching for that football instead of just wrapping up and making the tackle. And this starting to feel a little bit potentially like the playoff game from last year, where the defense felt like they had to make a play to give their offense the ball back, and instead of just playing sound fundamental football and trusting their technique.
2 of the soundest tacklers on the team, Rod Moore and Junior Colson, both missed there.
When you do it, it's 3rd down instead of 1st.
1st and 10 for Alabama, just across midfield into Michigan territory. Law came across in motion. They set up a screen to Jermaine Burton, the Georgia transfer, and he's going to pick up 1 or 2.
And this is a set of downs on this part of the field right now where Michigan has to get a stop, or else it's a field goal for Reichard, or Alabama keeps driving and scores a touchdown, and that would, I think, put the game away.
Crowd's getting loud. Ball at the 46, 2nd and 8. They bring Bond in motion. It's Milroe going to take off. Left side, Jalen Milroe spun down.
Good tackle.
Brings up 3rd down and about 3.
Milroe slips through that one. I think he's in the end zone. Jai Stewart able to shed his block and wrap up Milroe after a gain of 3 or 4. And absolutely massive 3rd down here. We're at that range where I wouldn't be surprised if Bama has 2 plays.
Yeah. I think it's a similar call to the one in the first half.
Try and pick up 3 yards here.
Jam Miller in the backfield to the left of Milroe. 3rd and 3. It's a handoff. Miller looking for the edge. He's got the 1st down and more. Jam Miller up to the 30, and Alabama continues to churn clock here.
And they're just really having whatever they want on offense in the second half. I don't know just if the offensive line took all that pressure that they allowed Milroe to heart, but they have played fantastic.
And a flag comes in.
Could be 12 men in the huddle for Alabama.
And that'll go on Bama. Illegal substitution is the call. So that backs the Tide up 5 yards.
That's a massive penalty. At this point in the game, those 5 yards could be critical. The difference between a first down and potentially killing more clock and extending the drive versus a field goal attempt here from Alabama in a 4-point game.
Well, it's surprising to see so many procedural penalties from a Nick Saban coach team, and it really hasn't hurt him too much.
1st and 15, ball in the 35, 7:04 to go in the game. Milroe has Haynes in the backfield with him, and he'll whip it out to Burton. Burton is buried by Keon Sabb. Nowhere to go for Jermaine Burton.
Brought Will Johnson down on a corner blitz there. Milroe recognized it after the snap and made the right read to go out to where the blitz is coming from, but Sabb rotated down from that safety spot and made a nice technique tackle.
And right now, Dan, like you said, the defense trying a little too hard to force a turnover. You play sound football right here and you get them off the field on 3rd down, force the kick, get the ball back to the offense.
Right, and this is no guarantee of a kick either. It's 50 plus, but
14 yards needed to move the chains for Alabama. It's Milroe going to dump it off to Dupree, the tight end, and he does not have much room there.
And that really is what Michigan has not been able to do in the second half, is get Alabama behind schedule, because they're not throwing it deep like they normally do. It's underneath, it's outside running, stuff that you do on 2nd and 4, 1st and 10, 3rd and 2. But now, Michigan with a 3rd down and long, this is where this defense excels.
Very curious to see if Minter dials up some pressure or if the threat of Milroe's legs is more concerning.
3rd and 9 for Alabama.
Got to have a spy.
McClellan in the backfield with Milroe. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Lone receiver on the right's Burton. Milroe dropping back the pass. Pressure coming, pocket collapses. Down he goes! Excellent rush lanes from the Michigan defense there. The entire pocket just collapsed down on Milroe. He had nothing he could do.
So no spy, but they brought 6, and all 6 converged on the same spot in the pocket. No chance for Milroe to get out, and here's that kick I was talking about, 52-ish yards for Reichard.
51 again is his season long. Hit that against Texas earlier in the year. Career long is 52. Reichard 9 for 11 on field goal attempts in college football playoff games. Kick is on the way. And he drilled it.
Man, that was a low snap too. Reichard making the plays for Alabama, and that kicking operation for Michigan is looming large.
4 points left on the board from Michigan on kicking opportunities. Alabama has seized all of theirs.
Well,
Reichard now 2 for 2 on the day, also 2 for 2 on extra points.
If you think you're the best team in the country, you drive this ball in the end zone. It's as simple as that.
Michigan has the 1 next to their name.
And not to say it, but everybody back home in Michigan, what do we see on Saturday? 2013, few minutes left. Drive down the field, put it in the end zone.
Another media timeout will have a break in the action.
We do not want what happened to the Detroit Lions to happen to Michigan football right now.
I don't know why you needed to bring that up. It's just making me upset.
It's got to be on the table. It has to be out there. We know how long it's been for football in the state of Michigan to be up at this level. First division title for the Lions in 30 years. Michigan riding a massive conference winning streak. Obviously, Michigan State taking a step back over these past 2 years, but people talk about sacrificing every other team in Detroit for the football. Pistons finally exercise their demons, but Michigan's got the University of Michigan football team has an entire state and really all the alumni all around the world, one of the biggest alumni bases in the United States, bars across the country, people just waiting to see what happens in this game.
And you mentioned it earlier, defense coming up big when they needed to, and now it's Nine's time. If he's,
if he's a guy, he's a guy right here.
Right, exactly. If he's, the greatest quarterback in the history of Michigan football,
write your story.
Then this is the drive to sort of drive that point home. I think I'd like to see him on the move a little bit. Something early, get a tight end involved. Barner's been really quiet today. Loveland's been really quiet today. Alabama's had a great game plan for them, but Michigan's had some success running Tyler Morris on across the field against an Alabama linebacking core that can't seem to keep up with him. So if I'm Sharon Moore, I think those are the things that I've got kind of
and now
a little star next to and thinking about using on this drive.
I did mention the Lions game, and I did want to say that because if you score a touchdown on this drive and there's, say, 30 seconds left, do you go for 2? In my opinion, you do.
I think it depends on the momentum of how you score it. Like if you convert a couple fourth downs and it's like,
and
man,
you squeeze
this is
it out,
But I think
if you're going down there,
a pretty routine drive, then I think you kick it and you trust your defense.
Yep. Because overtime in this game, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's
especially
an overload
with
there.
how Alabama has operated in that area of the field. That'd be a tough ask for the defense.
Reichert ready to boot it away. A reminder that we're simulcasting this broadcast on YouTube and on 88.3 FM Ann Arbor. Thank you to all of our listeners tuning in from Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, and all over the world. Reichert's kick is a touchback, and so number 9 on the 25-yard line, 75 yards to go, 4:41 left in this ball game. What do you got?
Immediate timeout.
Who would have guessed?
About as anticlimactic as it could have gotten.
Man, they hit us with the touch or the score, timeout, kickoff, timeout. Thought we legislated that out of the game.
So we've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds to talk about the most important drive of the season for Michigan football.
The most important drive of the past 25 years, I would say. Bigger than any drive against Georgia, bigger than any drive against TCU, because that was 2 scores for so much of it. You have this game in your grasp, and you've had it the whole time. We talked about, Owen and I, after the first half, Michigan was the better football team. It wasn't a fluke. And now Alabama clearly has just shown who they are in this second half. 10 unanswered points in a game that only has 33 total right now.
It doesn't feel as though Alabama's necessarily taken this game by the throat. It's more that Michigan has kind of slipped a little bit, and
well,
then
and that's
let
what we've
Alabama
seen the past
gain
3
some
years.
traction in this game. And look, credit to Alabama. They've taken advantage of every Michigan mistake, and that's how you win football games, and that's why Nick Saban and this program are who they are. But you're right. The past 3 years, this is kind of how it has felt, where Michigan, in games that they've lost, where it's, look, they've got a great grasp on the game, but never actually put teams away in a sense, and let them hang around, and then don't have a kind of final punch or an ability to regain a grip on the football game.
Michigan with their full complement of timeouts and 4:41 to go. Plenty of time to get downfield. Time isn't really something you're too worried about right now. So you can run the ball, you can throw the ball. It seems like Sharon Moore's play calling, you had a lot of that window dressing in the first half. Motion, and funky stuff. You haven't really seen that as much in the second half.
JJ's only got about 40 yards passing since he took that big hit on the throwback pass from Dono. I think that's a big reason why. But it's football. It's a violent sport. You got to get up there and sling it right now. I don't really want to see them run the ball. To be honest, I don't think it'll work.
Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold. Those boundary corners for Alabama have been really solid today.
Love to see some motion out of Michigan, whether it's Barner across formation, Loveland, Wilson. Just somebody to kind of give Alabama something to look at and give that receiver maybe a little extra edge in creating some separation downfield.
It's a handoff to Corum looking for the edge. Corum fights for about 5.
I mean, that's a good gain on first down. But now we have to see what they do off of it. They've been running Corum a lot outside. He just hasn't been as successful, and Michigan on their drives hasn't been able to string together a couple successful plays in a row. but what's the passing game looking like right now? You got 4 guys out there that can catch the football.
Corum 14 carries, 53 yards on the game.
He had 51 in the first half.
JJ making some checks at the line. Play clock inside of 5. Claps his hands and it's another handoff to Corum. And he's going to be a couple of yards short of the sticks. Brings up 3rd and short.
So they ran that same exact play basically, where send Roman Wilson off to the wide side of the field and then drag some tackles across and let Corum go one-on-one. Excellent tackle there by McKinstry in open space. But 3rd and 2, this has typically been a spot where you go Corum up the middle,
and a lot of clock has ticked off here. 3:34 now left in the game.
It has. I think Michigan needs to speed up a little bit, give themselves more than just one chance at this.
3rd and 2. They brought Orgy in motion. McCarthy going to throw downfield, and it's tipped and incomplete.
He had his man Barner open across the field, but what a play by Deontay Lawson, jumping up and tipping that football. It's
the second time he's done that today.
I get being worried about Alabama's pass defense, and Michigan's going to go for it here on 4th down and 2 in their own territory. This is the ball game. But has J.J. McCarthy dropped back to throw? Just traditional for a while in this game.
It's been a lot of rollouts.
It's been, yeah.
4th and 2. This is the Rose Bowl right here. McCarthy in the shotgun. Motions Corum to the right side. They send him out. JJ has Corum wide open. Blake Corum with plenty of green grass in front of him. Breaks the tackle, still going, and a flag is thrown.
I think 4 of them
run out of bounds inside the 35. And a huge pickup on 4th down. Yet again, Blake Corum in the receiving game.
That might be the most obvious block in the back.
Yeah, Roman.
There's 4 flags on the field.
Like, what are you doing?
Just unnecessary.
You don't need to do that.
Yeah, and so
for Roman Wilson there.
It'll be a penalty from the spot of the block. Correct?
Ball get put back around the 50.
It'll be a first for
But
sure.
It'll be
move
a first down.
Blake Corum was wide open, leaked out into the flat on the right side of the field.
Yep.
So they'll spot the football around the 40. Still a huge pickup for Michigan.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned, Michigan's success on their last drive was Roman Wilson in the flat. There was Corum in the flat. There was nobody on Blake Corum there, and had a long way to run. And
he's close to being the leading receiver right now after his touchdown catch. And then that one, I think Michigan just playing on the tendency breaker there.
Yeah.
Talked about it, Corum not known as a receiver. This time he's motioned out wide.
Empty set for McCarthy. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Under 3 minutes to play. They bring Corum in motion, and it's a keeper for McCarthy. JJ's got the edge. JJ McCarthy picks up the 1st down and more, and Michigan wants a late hit. They're not going to get the flag. McCarthy shoved out of bounds late.
I mean, there's been a bunch of plays like that in this game that the refs have blatantly missed. J.J. McCarthy was ridden with 2 feet out of bounds.
And was thrown down by Terrion Arnold.
And that's not the first time Terrion Arnold's made a play like that in this game. He was jawing with Darius Clemens a quarter ago, no flag. I mean,
I think you see that flag come out 99 times out of 100.
And with the hits J.J. has taken in this game, for that to be completely in vain is unexcusable.
Still picked up the 1st down. 2:20 to go in the Rose Bowl. McCarthy with a big play with his legs there. Drops back the pass. JJ stepping up in the pocket. Looking for Wilson, and he's got it! Roman Wilson inside the 10, and he's down at the 6. McCarthy put that on a dime for Roman Wilson, and Michigan's in business.
That was an unbelievable stretch and catch by Roman Wilson. That ball was actually tipped, I think, at the line of scrimmage.
I think you're right.
It floated.
Caught a little bit more air, and Wilson able to adjust, make the catch right in front of Malachi Moore and get inside the 5. And now this is where clock management is so huge.
If Roman Wilson doesn't snatch that ball, that's a pick going potentially the other way.
Certainly is. And
you talk about your biggest 3 players, Corum, McCarthy, Roman. 3 gains to get down to the goal line.
Nick Saban's going to need a timeout.
He's going to need a timeout.
The Michigan sideline erupts. This is college football at its best, ladies and gentlemen. 2013 in the Rose Bowl. Alabama up 7. Michigan under 2 minutes to go. Knocking at the door. 5 yards away from potentially tying this ball game up. It hasn't had a lot of the crazy huge plays and major splash plays, but this has been a fantastic football game from start to finish.
Certainly
and
has.
We're not even done yet.
Michigan's got full playbook is open here from the 5-yard line. I think it's an interesting timeout by Saban, but one, I think it's to regroup the defense. And
but
two, also preserve a little bit of clock.
Oh, yeah. But you think about it, you got the whole playbook wide open, but who's getting the ball? I think it's number 2.
I think it is number 2. It's what they've done all year. He's got 24 touchdowns on the season.
25 with the one today.
Why not tack on another one? I think has got to be the mindset, and trust your big boys up front. They're in that formation.
Michigan's got the jumbo set, and it's a give to Corum. Corum picks up 1, maybe 2. They're going to try to keep moving him forward. So 2nd down now. We'll see where they spot it.
Another timeout by Saban. Trying to preserve the clock, and I think Michigan's doing the right thing. 1, burning Alabama's timeouts, but 2, obviously not trying to give Alabama.
Well, you got to punch it in.
You got to punch it in, obviously, but you're not trying to give Alabama the ball back with too much time left on this clock. I wouldn't be. I mean, do you think you have? So you have 3 downs left after this, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yep.
So do you think this could be play action here, or do you think you make Bama burn their last timeout?
No, now it's 1 timeout. I don't care. Put it in the end zone.
You do whatever it takes to score.
There's no wasting clock now. I mean, everybody in the building knows Blake is going to get the ball on that 1st down carry. So,
and Alabama's got 2 300-pounders in the middle, and Tim Keenan and Jaheim Oates.
I know that they've been doing it all year. I don't think you can do it again. You got to burst something explosive to the outside or with a different playmaker other than Corum at this position in the game, and I think they are with 3 wide receivers and then also Colston Loveland, who's
Loveland split all the way out wide on the left side. Morris in the slot.
Kinstry's on Loveland. That's been a good matchup.
2 receivers tight on the right side. They bring Loveland in motion. Tighten the formation. McCarthy gonna flip it to Wilson, and he's walking in for a score. Touchdown, Michigan! No flags on the play, and Jim Harbaugh sends out the kicking unit to try to tie this game up.
I think that's.
How about that play call from Sharon Moore?
It's an excellent play call. Obviously, we just talked about the possibility of play action. Kind of fake it to Corum and then just bring Wilson across the formation. They've been running him in motion all day, and there's your wrinkle of it right there. And like you said, walk-in touchdown, and now that extra point from earlier, the kick from earlier looming so large. Obviously, this kick not a guarantee.
Snap, hold, both good, and Michigan has tied this one up, folks. We just talked about it. This was a legacy-defining drive from J.J. McCarthy, and he did just that. Drove his team 75 yards down the field, punched it in for 6, and it's a tie football game here at the Rose Bowl.
Well, and I think for Sharon Moore, too, went to tendency breakers on big plays, right? The 4th and 2, you have Corum, known as a power back. Michigan's done an excellent job of using him to pick up short yardage situations, pick up 1st downs, and kind of send him out to the flat, get the big play, and then obviously big reception by Wilson, who was wide open on that play as well, and then the touchdown kind of faking it to Corum and slipping Wilson out in the flat, and Sharon Moore went back to what worked in that 1st half, and man, oh man, it's going down here.
Roman not a catch in the 1st half, and like that, leading receiver, game-tying touchdown.
Stepped up when he needed to, and now this defense has to find a way to kind of flip back into playing good fundamental defense and not trying to make too big of a play to win the game.
Michigan still 3 timeouts, can win this game in regulation easily.
Doman sends it away, and it will be fielded inside the 5 by Roydell Williams, and he'll just call for a fair catch. So
and I think intentionally kicked short, given the trouble that Kendrick Law has had over the past 2 kick returns. That one went to Williams, and that's a smart call to fair catch that ball.
Jalen Milroe and Alabama will get the football at their own 25-yard line. 75 yards to go to score a touchdown, but really you're just trying to get inside the 35-ish.
With the NCAA's all-time leading kicker who's kicked 2 monster field goals in this game.
To give your star kicker, Will Reichert, a shot.
And really, to me, it's a 3-and-out situation here for Michigan. You do not want to have the Tide roll right now and get a first down on this first series.
The sun has set, it is dark out, and it is as loud as it has been all night. At the Rose Bowl Stadium, Milroe claps his hands, receives the snap, steps up in the pocket, he's going to take off. Jalen Milroe slides down, short of the first down marker. Clock keeps rolling inside of a minute 20 now. 7 yards on the scramble, 2nd and 3. Ball at the 32, Milroe receives the snap. Pressure coming, going to dump it off, and tackle inbounds on Jace McClellan.
But a first down will stop the clock inside of 2 minutes.
Alabama picks up the first, a minute 9 to go. And they'll reset it to a minute 11. Ball's at the 37, Milroe operating from the shotgun. 3 receivers split out to the right. McClellan, the tailback, to the right of Milroe. They bring Prentice in motion. Milroe, pocket collapsing, gonna throw, and it's incomplete. Was looking for Kobe Prentice on a dig over the middle of the field, and he just threw it a little short.
Hey, Port Huron, stand up. Braden McGregor been putting his mark on this game. Pressure coming in on Milroe, has to throw it away.
Certainly was. There's another loop, another stunt. Finally, a little bit more pressure on Milroe, partly because he had to wait for the play to develop there, but
2nd and 10, minute 6 to go. Milroe in the shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Receives the snap. Gonna look for Benson, and just no one home. Brings up 3rd and 10.
I mean, he had guys open. Nyblack was sitting down. Benson was open. Maybe a miscommunication, a different route run by the receiver than Milroe was expecting. A huge break for Michigan as Alabama, as good as they have been on offense, 3rd down and long, they have not succeeded.
Milroe's gotten a couple of scrambles on 3rd and 4th downs, but they've just been backed up so far on so many that it hasn't mattered.
And Minter designed a delayed blitz on that last one. I'd imagine there's some sort of spy here.
61 ticks left, 3rd down and 10. Milroe looking to the left, got his man, and he's buried short of the sticks. Big time tackle, I believe that was Josh Wallace that laid the boom.
Man, Wallace, a guy who this season I think has been picked on as the weaker corner across from Will Johnson and Mikey Sainer still in the nickel. He has been a great tackling corner this season, and a big stick on a running back, McClellan, who's been hot in this game. I mean, great plays by the defense. Michigan's going to get the ball back.
I believe Michigan used timeout. Attendance is announced. Over 96,000 individuals packed into the Rose Bowl Stadium today. It was Jace McClellan that caught it out of the backfield, and really sound tackling from Josh Wallace to stick him short.
It was a good read from Milroe. It was his only read was to the flat, and McClellan was there.
Yep.
And Michigan just played good defense on that drive. Great fundamental defense. Which
Jake
is exactly
Thaw
what
back deep to receive for Michigan. No Samaj Morgan, the coaching staff putting their trust in the senior Thaw.
And coming off cold off the bench. But, Dan, I do want to say, on 3rd down and 10, it's still a tie game, right? You know, Alabama doesn't have to go for the win there. Take the short pass. If you pick up the first down, good, but don't put the football in harm's way.
Burnip has been fantastic all afternoon, all evening, and he'll be the one to punt it away for the Tide. Receives the snap and gets rid of it. Spiraling kick will be fair caught. Oh, my God, he muffed it.
He's at the 1.
He's down at the 1-yard line. Michigan with their 2nd muffed punt of the game. And Jake Thaw able to fall on it, but Michigan now backed up on their own 1.
I cannot believe the decision to put a guy in cold in that moment.
Like I said,
to make
cold
the play.
off the bench. This isn't baseball. You're not pinch hitting, and it's every single at-bat's the same. Like a punt, especially in this kind of environment, and Thaw has been trustworthy all year, but Samaj Moore, you've trusted him.
Right, and that ball was drifting inside the 5. Like that was one that you let go for sure. And
Another mistake.
Another special teams error for the Wolverines. They've had issues returning punts all year, kind of letting the ball bounce, letting it roll, and now.
And I don't like this in a shotgun from the 1-inch line.
This got very tight for no reason.
44 seconds left. McCarthy in his own end zone gives to Corum, and he's able to fight for a yard or two.
And you just got to get out of this game. Like, literally get enough yards where you can kneel the ball and get to overtime.
I think Saban's not going to call his timeout,
and if he
doesn't,
doesn't,
send it to overtime now.
I don't know why he wouldn't.
But oh my. Yeah, maybe Saban calls a timeout to make Michigan run another play, but overtime.
Michigan very content to just let this tick down. There's more time on the play clock than there is on the game clock. And
Alabama calls the timeout 9 seconds. 8. Well, they didn't stop the clock yet.
So Alabama calls the timeout with about 9 seconds left. Game clock operator. So 12 seconds will be left on the clock. Michigan's got to make one more play to not give up a safety and send this game to overtime.
And you do that because if you call the timeout at 35 seconds and Michigan somehow breaks something, then they have some time to go down and do something. But here, call it so if Michigan does break something, they have 2, 3, 4 seconds. They might only have one play after to actually do something, and that's excellent clock management by Coach Saban.
And there's no one better in the business than Coach Saban, pretty widely regarded as the greatest college football coach ever.
There should be enough room here for McCarthy to take a snap and just kind of knee. They're at the 2-yard line.
Ball's on the 2.
You can't take a knee because Alabama.
Just the quarterback sneak feels like the right play.
When Michigan took a knee to end the first half, Alabama got really good push up front.
McCarthy under center, gets the knee down, and so that will end the regulation portion of this Rose Bowl. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, talk about drama.
Michigan lucky
Did Michigan
to get.
Just call timeout?
What?
Michigan just called time.
This is
I'm
stunning.
unsure.
What just happened?
Why would you call a timeout there after a knee?
The ball's still spotted at the 2. I don't think
they're still marking it as second down. I don't know if Michigan called timeout before the play.
Oh, it looks like that was the call. It was delayed. Harbaugh took a timeout before the play.
Okay.
So there was no play there.
And so now Michigan's able to get the ball down, and now we will, after even more drama, head to the overtime portion of this contest.
And if you remember, the last time that this game went to overtime, the last time it was a semifinal game for the playoffs here in Pasadena was,
I think I know where you're going with this,
almost the greatest football game I have ever seen. Georgia and Oklahoma going to double overtime. Georgia winning that game 54-48, January 1st, 2018. Georgia eventually losing the national title game to Alabama with Tua Tagovailoa coming off the bench to relieve Jalen Hurts, who started that game. Alabama, the second to last national title they'd won. But that game, I mean, just featured two powerhouse teams. Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, the running backs for Georgia, Baker Mayfield for Oklahoma.
So much NFL talent in that game.
And now we're back, overtime.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be, whether you're tuning in from Washtenaw County on 88.3 FM Ann Arbor or all across the globe, thank you for listening to WCBN Sports coverage of the 110th Rose Bowl game in Michigan football. If you joined us more recently, we're the official student radio of the University of Michigan and Michigan Athletics. We have been privileged to be able to travel across the country and cover this team all season, and well, it's all culminated now in Pasadena with an overtime contest to decide who goes to Houston for the national championship game. My name is Kelin Flynn. To my left, my good friend William Gregory. To my right, my good friend Daniel Olson. And in front of me, manning he's been our halftime and pregame host, and he's been doing a tremendous job producing this broadcast all evening, is Owen Crain. If you're so inclined to support student radio and what we do, feel free to make a donation to WCBN and help us travel and cover the team, provide ad-free, completely free coverage of Michigan athletics.
Get to go to places like this and have experiences like this.
Definitely been the highlight of my college experience, and
yeah, the highlight of my life.
So
probably.
Unbelievable experiences we've got to make through this. We don't receive any funding from the athletic department. Everything we do is funded out of pocket by students or through donations.
So another overtime nugget here. Talked about the last time that the Rose Bowl went to overtime. Michigan, all-time, college overtime is a relatively new thing. 13-3 in overtime is the University of Michigan. The last game the Wolverines played in overtime, 2020 against Rutgers. Cade McNamara saving the day in that game. Michigan winning 48-42.
What if we went out?
And now, first overtime game since then. First time Michigan has trailed in the second half. One thing that I've learned is that Michigan has not trailed by more than a touchdown in regulation in the regular season. Obviously, this doesn't count now, since Penn State in 2020. I mean, Michigan is very inexperienced in close games like this. Mike Sainristil is the only player going out for Michigan for this coin toss to start overtime.
Somewhere somebody's taking a sick photo of that. Sorry.
Milroe, Dallas Turner,
Malachi Moore.
And Malachi Moore, the three captains out there for Alabama. And so we welcome you to join us
going out there
for overtime. And Alabama wins the toss again. And Michigan's going to get the football first. Alabama wants second crack at it.
Yeah, and then it's not like baseball where Alabama, if the game is tied after the first overtime, Alabama will have a shot in the second. Well,
they'll go first in the second overtime.
They'll go first in the second overtime, but they will have an opportunity to respond in the bottom frame of this overtime, which is what they want. They'll know what Michigan had done, so really Michigan needs to score a touchdown here.
To flip that, though, Michigan can put a lot of pressure on Alabama by scoring a touchdown.
Yeah.
Because then, while Bama knows that they have 4 downs to get a first down because they have to score a touchdown.
You got to go 25 yards.
Jesse Minter then has the ability to dial some stuff up because he knows Alabama has to go down and score that touchdown.
And no more punts in this game, folks.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Ball starts on the 25-yard line for each team. J.J. McCarthy under center. They bring Samaj Morgan in motion. Blake Corum, the lone tailback. J.J. makes a couple of checks. Brings Morgan back in motion. Turns and gives to Corum. Corum with some space. Couple of lead blockers. Blake Corum continuing to fight forward, and he's going to pick up 9 on the carry.
Man, look at big Trevor Keegan getting up 15 yards down the line of scrimmage. Samaj Morgan blocking well, too. Corum breaking a tackle. And a great gain on first down for Michigan.
A nice wiggle after the handoff by Corum and just followed the big man Keegan, number 77, rumbling in front of him. And good start to this Michigan overtime.
Officially marked as a gain of 8, 2nd and 2. They turn and they give to Blake again. Corum with more space. Blake Corum fighting through tackles. Touchdown, Michigan! No flags on the field. And Michigan strikes first in a big way. And who else other than number 2, the heartbeat of this football team, Blake Corum.
Now,
he could have gone to the NFL.
Yeah.
And he decided to come back for these moments right here. A run that if Michigan wins this game will be memorialized in Michigan football history.
Talk about a guy who's seen in it, but this is a big kick here. No more punts, but another field goal.
Turner's extra point try is through. Woo! So Michigan gets the football first and makes Bama pay. All Blake Corum. Excellent play design, excellent execution.
Yeah. Finally opened up some holes on that offensive line, and Corum using his excellent vision, cutting back and spinning out of tackles, using that strength. something about Blake Corum. He's a little slippery at times. And
well, he's a shorter guy than you'd expect him to be. He's only about 5'7", 5'8", and that works to a running back's favor. And, well, he's so built down low. But talk about a guy who's seeing it late in the game, getting better as it goes on. I'm seeing the stage in the tunnel with the roses out in front.
Michigan is a stop away from winning the Rose Bowl and advancing to the national championship game. Jalen Milroe will operate in the shotgun from the 25-yard line. This crowd is so loud right now. They bring Law in motion. Milroe's gonna keep it and dump it off to Law. Law nowhere to go. Mike Barrett dropped him at the line of scrimmage.
The Michigan sideline, everybody was telling the defense, putting the hands up. They seemed like they had a little intel that was gonna be some sort of RPO, and Milroe had nowhere to go with the ball. Michigan stayed at home, and I think that's the script, though, for Alabama.
Derek Moore getting a lot of burn in this game. I think he's played well. He has really set an edge there on that play. Discipline. Milroe has to throw that ball to the flat, no gain, or a gain of 1.
The defense has adjusted well and gone back to their discipline these past few drives.
2nd and 9 for Milroe. They bring a man in motion, and Milroe's going to keep it. Milroe with space. He's got it into the 10 and brought down after a first down pickup. So now Alabama has 4 downs, goal to go from the 8. Jalen Milroe doing what he does best, finding a seam and just darts through.
And just like Corum, using that vision of his to kind of cut back. Looked like he was going left, play was designed left, but a big hole on that right side. And there it is. They've got 4 downs here to punch it in. And
he's the definition
much better than this.
of a playmaker. Ball on the 9, Alabama. 4 attempts to get into pay dirt. Milroe, shotgun. Lone receiver is Bond to the left. Turns and gives, and nowhere to go.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Excellent shed there from Junior Colson to get in there and make a play.
Something to keep an eye on. That was a bit of a high snap there. Milroe handled it well, but with McLaughlin's snapping issues, a negative play like that would be so detrimental.
And we haven't seen a lot of penalties today at all.
And Michigan hasn't defended Alabama well at this section of the field really this season. In goal-to-go situations, though, Michigan not as experienced. We talked about it. Hadn't faced their first as a defense until the Maryland game.
Alabama breaks the huddle quickly. 2nd down and 9. Goal to go. Michigan gonna bring pressure, and he's buried! McClellan is dropped! Mason Graham in the homecoming game for the Anaheim Kid. A huge tackle for loss. Sets up 3rd and 14.
Graham set the tone early in this half, making some big plays on run defense. There he was, just shooting through the line of scrimmage and pushing Alabama back. We just mentioned negative plays, so detrimental in these parts of this moment in the game, and got one right there.
Heck of a player, Sunday player in a few years.
Certainly.
Dupree, the tight end, flips to the right side of the formation. Milroe from the shotgun receives the snap. Good pocket, gonna throw end zone. He's got Burton short of the end zone, and he'll be brought down at about the 4. 4th down and about 3 or 4 yards to go for Alabama, season on the line.
Last time they were in this spot, it was 4th and 31. Touchdown strike to the left corner, and I thought it was gonna be something similar once I knew that Milroe had enough time to throw that ball. Good tackling by the Michigan secondary.
That was Josh Wallace again.
Jermaine Burton's hurt, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd expect a timeout here anyway, but
Jermaine Burton's got a cramp or something.
Cramping or something.
But Michigan, oh man.
How much more drama can you ask for than this? I mean, we knew this was going to be a good football game coming into it. These are two really good football teams.
You're playing NCAA 14, you end the game. Instant classic.
Yeah, no, this is truly is the granddaddy of them all, isn't it?
You said it, William. This is regardless of who wins this football game, this is an instant classic game for the Rose Bowl, for the college football playoff, and
a send-off for the 4-team playoff, a send-off for a Big Ten team, guaranteed a spot in the Rose Bowl this season. We'll move to the 12-team playoff where so many more teams will have the opportunity. But this game, for the longest time, has been the most important postseason game for so many people, for a sport that until 25, 30 years ago did not have a game to decide a single national champion. And not that this will, but it certainly provides a structure, and the sport moves to a modern era. This is a game where it blends its age and all of this tumult on the college football landscape. It's the old with the new.
So, fourth down and 3. 3 yards needed for Alabama. It's got to be Milroe.
I would assume. I think Reese probably goes to that RPO package and lets Milroe make a decision. Michigan's done a good job of staying at home. I wouldn't be surprised to see another timeout here, though. But, man, oh, man, 3 yards for history.
3 yards to go. Season on the line for both teams. 2 receivers to the left as there's another timeout. I think this one's from Michigan.
You got to see what's up. You just got to see what's up, make a call based on their formation. I mean, man.
So we'll get another chance to talk this over.
I mean, you said it, Kelin. This is Milroe, ball in Milroe's hands all day. I know Alabama's had success running the ball up the middle, but you need 3 yards. You give the ball to your best player. You give him some options. You put him in a good spot to succeed.
We really have not seen Alabama throw the football much today and have much success throwing the football. All of their success has come on the ground. William, I mean, would you be shocked if they go to the air here?
Shout out the Film Guy Network for diagnosing this. But Alabama, I don't know if they're going to come out in the split backfield. All day today they've been looking at that flat route, arrow route, where Milroe keeps the ball on a play fake. That has the ball in his hands, but also the opportunity to throw it short. I think that's what it is here.
Milroe in the shotgun. They bring Law in motion, and
another timeout.
Alabama's going to call timeout.
You can call back-to-back timeouts in college with no penalty. Can't do that in the NFL.
I knew those timeouts were coming. I mean,
you got 2 of them. Can't take them with you.
Yeah, I mean, they showed Kendrick Law in motion a little bit there. Yep. I'd imagine they're going to do that again.
So you also wonder right now, with the new overtime rules, after this overtime period, you have to go for 2 if you score a touchdown. Alabama, if they score,
could go
for 2 and go for the win.
I mean, given the momentum that would create, I wouldn't be I think I.
But
I
that also
that
creates for the Michigan defense 2 opportunities to end the game.
Right. Yeah.
You got to have
play,
2 straight plays.
2-point conversions from the 2-3 yard line anyway. So.
So do you take Michigan's defense taking 2 straight plays like this, or Alabama's offense? For me, the whole season, it's got to be Michigan's defense.
Michigan's got their personnel set. Jenkins runs off the field late. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Milroe in the shotgun. They motion out Williams to the keeper. Milroe, he's short! Michigan has won the Rose Bowl, and it's going to the national championship. The Michigan Wolverines are going to Houston to play for the national championship. It does not get any better than this, folks. Smile and take a picture.
That's what we're doing, baby.
The Wolverines have vanquished the Tide. And have won the Rose Bowl.
Low snap by Seth McLaughlin on the last play of the game. A design run for Jalen Milroe.
Harbaugh got over the hump. It took a long, long time.
And whoever wins in New Orleans tonight, Michigan will be the odds-on favorite in the national championship game in Houston next Monday.
Wow. It does not get any better than this. I mean, growing up a Michigan football fan, this is what you dream of. And to have the opportunity, I think I speak for all of us when I say this, to come here and broadcast this game under these circumstances for this school. There's nowhere I'd rather be. No one I'd rather be with up here in the booth. And
it's great to be, baby.
It is.
In the words of Jim Harbaugh, it's great to be a Michigan Wolverine. Ann Arbor, party hard tonight. The Wolverines are playing for the national title on Monday.
Port Huron, Belleville, West Bloomfield, Grosse Pointe South. Come on.
I mean, you just want to sit and soak all of this in. This is for all of these players, this coaching staff, every staffer on the team, the managers. This is a lifelong memory, a lifelong experience.
Instant classic.
Tears are coming out. Tears are coming to the eyes right now, man. This is crazy.
At long last, the roses are in full bloom for Michigan.
And how would you want to have it any other way? This group's last ride, this core's last chance to get over the hump.
Oh, my goodness.
Against Alabama, the SEC champions, who everyone said Michigan couldn't beat. You couldn't take down the SEC. Well, there you have it.
Hey, Spirit Airlines, you ain't getting any more of my money. Flight is booked, baby.
Wow.
And to everyone that has made this possible for all of us, just a huge thank you. I mean, so many people to thank. Thank you to all of our listeners for tuning in and allowing us to have some fun as college students and call the Rose Bowl. I mean, this is a lifelong experience, a lifelong memory that I don't think any of us will ever forget.
What's about to happen at Granddad's Lounge tonight is staying at Granddad's Lounge.
My goodness.
Party at the Sheraton Grand Los Angeles, everybody.
An unbelievable night for the Maize and Blue, and to wrap up the Tide, this is an Alabama team that fought hard to be where they are and to make this happen, and they're a really good football team and just weren't able to take down the Michigan Wolverines. Final score from the Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, Michigan 27, Alabama 20, and the Wolverines surged back late to win an overtime thriller and punch their ticket to Houston for the national championship game. Dan, William, any thoughts?
Big players make big plays in big moments. You talk about 2, you talk about 9, you talk about 1. That's the reason Michigan wins this game.
Yeah, and it was, you mentioned those 3 numbers. It was a team effort. McCarthy, obviously, the signal caller, he'll get all the glitz and the glamour, but it was those 3 guys, and it was a team effort. The defense was amazing. I will forever remember the first guy after Milroe kind of dived down at the 2, just a little bit short. First guy out of that pile, jumping up and going crazy. Mikey Sainer still been a leader for this Wolverine group the last 2 years, and just the joy and the emotion and like the sort of finality, the relief of being able to do it.
And everyone's seen the pictures after the Orange Bowl and after the Fiesta Bowl of J.J. McCarthy and Donovan Edwards and these players standing there watching the confetti fall for the other team. And this year Michigan is the ones with the confetti falling on them. It's the Maize and Blue confetti.
So we got an offensive and a defensive MVP. Offensive MVP is Blake Corum. Defensive MVP is who? I don't know, man.
I think you could throw Junior Colson out there. I think Josh Wallace made some plays. Wallace.
But one of the edge rushers, though, McGregor,
for Michigan.
Derek Moore.
McGregor was big. Moore set the edge really well.
Stewart had a stack.
Stewart had
it was
big
a
plays.
Michigan football win.
Right.
There was no one guy that did everything. It was a complete team effort from top to bottom.
But you talk about Blake Corum being an offensive MVP in this game. In the playoff era, Marcus Mariota, Christian McCaffrey, Sony Michel, Justin Herbert, Devontae Smith, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Maybe not some of those guys being great in the NFL, but all those guys were superstars in college. And whatever happens for Blake Corum at the next level, coming back after that injury, knowing what needed to be done, and this being the outcome, and it's still not over yet. I mean, job's not finished. We're going to Houston.
Yeah, you guys are going to be in Houston for the national title game.
It'll be me and Kelin and Kendall Spencer and Alex
and
Miller.
A. Mill.
A. Mill.
Let's go, A. Mill.
You know.
And as the confetti falls, just so many thank yous we need to give out. Thank you to all of our listeners for tuning in, to the WCBN station leadership, to Jim and Manos for helping put on the FM aspect of this broadcast, for Laura and Jacob for letting me run the sports department, and
shout out Laura, shout out Jacob,
and try to make things happen, to Adam and Charlie, who ran the station and set this up, laid the groundwork for us to get to do things like this.
Everybody, Zach Linfield.
Zach Linfield deserves a shout out. I mean, he's helped all of us so much with broadcasting, and I know he's here. I can't wait to hopefully see him later.
Drone show, the Leishman Trophy, out in the sky. Are you kidding me?
Let me get a picture of that.
But I do want to say, Kelin and I, as you know, since middle school, this is nuts. I mean, everybody along the way in Grosse Pointe, at University Liggett School, you guys all know who you are. I mean, we couldn't have done this without any of you guys. And this is the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. The last time I was crying on a football field was my senior year of high school. But, I mean, I can't even describe it. This is just amazing.
I mean, I definitely need to say thank you to my
mom.
My mom and dad.
Thank you, Mom.
Mom's the best.
My brothers, my whole family. It's out in Rhode Island listening. And then my nanny, she pushed me around in a stroller when I was a little kid, pointing out Michigan flags, and got me to say "Go Blue" when I was a baby. And we went past the house with a Michigan flag. I mean,
Yeah. It's surreal.
Means so much. So much
to so many people. I mean, us up here in the booth, and then think about those guys. Blood, sweat, and tears. 2-a-days, practice every single day. All those guys are in the building, working. Everything around this program this year, and to come through like this when it means the most. No talk like last year. All game for the Michigan Wolverines.
They backed it up. I mean, that was their mission the entire year, right? And you mentioned the 9-2-1 for the Wolverines. McCarthy, 221 through the air, 3 touchdowns. One of his best games in a while. Blake Corum, 19 carries, 83 yards, a touchdown. Rowan Wilson, 4 catches, 73 yards, a touchdown, including those big 2 snags on that final drive. And man, oh man, as the trophy gets, presented down there, and God, I mean, Harbaugh got over the hump. I know you guys are from Grosse Pointe. I've been in Ann Arbor the last 10 years of my life, and it was always like this with Harbaugh. Always so close, but yet so far. Ohio State seemed impossible to beat, and then finally 3 years ago, we got over that hurdle, and then, man, just to be here and witness one of the all-time great bowl games, all-time great Rose Bowls.
Instant classic.
And I have to say, it is I'm unsure if I feel like this of the national title. It's just something different here. Yeah. It's going to be a tremendous opportunity in Houston and NRG Stadium, but how mythical it is to come out here. That Michigan played in the first one, won it 49-0 in 1902. And all of the Midwesterners and just the roots that we have there in that region of the country, that every year this is the end game for so many teams. And as the Big Ten expands beyond the Midwest, whatever, but, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Michigan State, all those kind of teams, the Rose Bowl is it. And Michigan, for the first time since 1997.
Well, with that, I would like to hand it over to Owen Crain for our post-game show, and this has just been an unbelievable opportunity for all of us to get to do. Again, one last time, final score from the Rose Bowl game. Michigan beats Alabama 27-20. The Wolverines will advance to the national championship game as Coach Harbaugh holds up the Leishman Trophy as Rose Bowl champions.
Kelin Flynn with an excellent call as Michigan wins the Rose Bowl 27-20. The Wolverines return to the national championship for the first time in years. We'll had an opportunity, a front row seat to watch and call this game. It's the Rose Bowl postgame show on WCBN. William and Dan are still with me. An emotional moment, especially both of you growing up in Michigan. Let's talk through this game. Let's talk through how we're feeling right now.
I'll tell you what, before that Milroe fumble, and I know no points for Michigan resulted in it, I thought I was going home. Like, I thought it was over. I thought we were done.
The momentum, it was the flattest third quarter.
Yeah. And
ever from that Michigan offense.
You could sense it from our voices just draining.
Agreed, 100%.
We were just sticking about talking about, all right, Alabama's been before Michigan. They haven't done it, and now they have. But I thought it was over right before that play, and then it happened. Tides turned.
It's almost like it gave just a little bit of a shot of adrenaline in the arm of that Michigan team. And Quentin Johnson, man, I tell you, that's why you play the next play, because he made a couple mistakes on the previous drive that Alabama scored. Then to come back, the containment on Milroe was excellent. Milroe is the best athlete on the field. Yeah. And Johnson stayed with him, forced a fumble, made a play. Obviously, Michigan wasn't able to pay it off, and going forward, right, national championship, kind of looking ahead to that, special teams has got to be a lot better. Yeah. Got to be a lot cleaner. But it changed the game. A little bit of an adrenaline shot, and then when they really needed it, defense came up with that stop, holding Bama to 3 points, getting to Milroe again, and then the drive by McCarthy. I do wonder, while we're on the topic of momentum, if that decision by Alabama to not take the football first in overtime might come into question a little bit, just considering the way Michigan had climbed back into the ballgame.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm curious your thoughts on it. I think it's the right call.
The call is to defer always. You want to know what your opponent had done so that you go for 4 downs. And it was like, that was it. Ball game. Like, strength on strength, 4th down, 1 shot for both teams. And you live with that. I do want to say, I forgot to say it on the broadcast, Michigan beats Alabama for the first time since the 2000 Orange Bowl. They won that game 35-34 in overtime. So another overtime game.
And that was under Tom Brady, correct?
That was right after he left, I believe. Lloyd Carr, head coach there then, I believe, as well. But, I mean, Michigan, for the past 25 years, the whole athletic department really hasn't pulled its end until these past few years. The basketball team resurges, the hockey team going to a couple straight Frozen Fours, baseball team a College World Series. It is a golden age to be a Michigan Wolverine right now. And especially, I mean, I know, we all know, so many people, so many classmates at this game, calling, texting, so many family members, everybody across the country is invested. And
it's America's team.
Well, it's college football is this. Community, love for your neighbor, a shared identity, and you know, I don't want to go on a doomsday rant, but I think it's something that the new game will be lacking.
All right, we'll skip that for now, William.
Relax. But, you know, it's just special, and it's uniquely American, and it makes me proud to be in this country. And this was awesome. Like,
so blessed to be representing the university in this capacity as well. But man, I mean, what a football game! Like you knew Milroe was getting the ball. There was another low snap. Excuse me. McLaughlin had, you know, a few snap issues today, but just the way Michigan battled and the way they hadn't been down in the 4th quarter all year, and to come back and, you know, make that last play. And like you said, Derek Moore made that tackle on that last play. And we were talking about defensive MVP. It was such a great team effort. The coaching staff is unbelievable. Harbaugh said he'd lean on him like Moses. And, like, this is the best team in college football. I know they've got the #1 ranking, but that was a win that, like, yeah.
Well, and without the mistakes, you win this game by 2 scores.
I 100%. You know, and
a sign of a good team for Michigan is that there were some massive errors tonight, and they overcame those.
Well, in the last 4 games of the season, they just kept winning.
Yeah, just finding ways to win. At some point, it's like it's not about how pretty it looks.
Yeah, and it was to begin the year, but that's because you're playing the bottom of the Big Ten,
and
then
it probably should be a little bit in that sense, right? But to come here and just grind it out over a Alabama team that made a few mistakes, that's not peak Alabama. Under Saban.
I think Alabama played a great game, especially where they were to begin the year.
Yeah.
They were almost losing to USF, and I said they're a good team. Alex Golish, I think the highest rating recruiting class in the group of 5 right now. So that program's looking up, but for Alabama to almost drop that game after losing by 10 to a Texas team that wasn't a lock to make it to the playoff at that point in time, or to win the Big 12, I should say. I thought for the first time in a long time Alabama was going to have 2 losses in the regular season, but they make it here and have a valiant effort, nearly knocking off back-to-back #1 teams, I believe for the first time ever or for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Whether or not Alabama deserved to be here
they definitely
is
did.
a different question with respect to the CFP committee.
Yeah.
What they played on the field, though, demonstrated that they could go toe-to-toe with Michigan.
In Florida State, it's a shame. And I don't think that result against Georgia is indicative of who they are. Keon Coleman, Johnny Dixon, obviously Jordan Travis not playing that game is something, and even Rodemaker having been in the transfer portal. I think they lost like 30 players before that game. And Kirby Smart even said it from the podium. This isn't that team. But Alabama, this was the best game that could have been put out. And you looked at the Vegas odds coming into this tournament. Alabama and Michigan were almost tied in the odds to win it all, meaning that whoever wins this game was most likely to win the national title, and we have to see because Michigan, now they've won 1. We don't know if they can win 2. But
whoever wins tonight will have a rematch of next year in the Michigan regular season schedule, Texas or Washington.
And Michigan last played Washington in 2021. Night game.
What an environment that was.
And Washington has just clawed back from being really down when Jimmy Lake took over for Chris Peterson. If we want to talk a little bit about the Sugar Bowl, Dan.
Well, I was going to say we transition into kind of what's next, right?
Yes.
Obviously,
so Washington
in a week
went 0-12, I think, in 2008, made it to the playoff in 2016. Chris Peterson retires. Jimmy Lake takes over. Program is in a lull. Kalen DeBoer, who's won at every level, including Division II, was Michael Penix's offensive coordinator at Indiana. The two go to Seattle, and Penix, I think, if not for a couple loose games in the middle of the season, would have won the Heisman. And that presents a tough task for Michigan. Or if Texas, those 2 interior defensive linemen, Murphy and Sweat, Quinn Ewers, no Jonathan Brooks for Texas, but Xavier Worthy almost became a Michigan Wolverine. Steve Sarkisian was hired to kind of take Texas into the SEC and win these big games, and that's what he's done. He's a heck of a play caller. Whoever wins that game will be a big challenge for Michigan. Dan, what do you think?
Well, I'd certainly agree. Obviously, you think about Washington and their elite offense. Penix Jr., the 3 receivers who will be playing on Sundays, likely for a long time. And then Texas is just their talent, that interior defensive line. And I'd imagine a much higher scoring game. And I think there's going to be a much different feel to the national title game for whoever Michigan plays. Well, obviously, Washington will challenge that secondary quite a bit. And then Texas defensive front will challenge the Michigan offensive line.
And who for you would be the better matchup for Michigan to win that game? I mean, you have Washington's downfield attack, but their defense is a little softer. For me, that's who I would want to play if I were Michigan.
Yeah, I think given Michigan's concerns on offense, any chance they can get to play a defense that might help them out a little bit.
But then you think about TCU.
Good, but you don't. It's concerning because I'm not sure Michigan's built for a shootout.
Yeah,
they're just built to grind it out, and I think Texas would be a more grinded out kind of game.
You have to play a conference champion regardless.
Right.
So,
and if it's Washington, you have to beat a team that hasn't lost all year.
Yeah.
And if it's Texas,
a team that just beat the team you beat by 10 in Tuscaloosa. But that's the matchup. I think that game kicks off very shortly, if not like right now. We'll be watching from Granddad's Lounge.
I know you're excited for that.
My guess is it's actually on already, but
it must be.
Well, yeah, I think they were waiting until that wrapped up, though, the post-game ceremony.
Could be.
But that game should be a slugfest, really. Should be a barn burner. Two teams that can go toe-to-toe offensively.
This is absolutely shaping up to be an excellent playoff, an all-timer from the Rose Bowl tonight, and two really talented teams going head-to-head. I think if you're Michigan, you have who you want to play, just like they probably wanted to play Florida State in this game. But when it comes down to it, just win out. Any final thoughts as we look towards the national championship game, gentlemen?
Texas brisket. Come on.
Excited for your Spirit flight to Houston? What was it, $40?
No, Houston to Detroit, $34.
Yeah, if you want a deal, go get William Gregory and he'll find you a cheap flight.
They'll find you a cheap flight in the world's greatest itinerary.
8-hour layover in Atlanta, who cares?
Hey, me too on the flight back to Rhode Island.
No, this is, we've said it a bunch, but like, memory of a lifetime. Like, this is not, there's very few things in life that are going to top this or even come close to it, even come within the ballpark of it. And truly blessed to be here doing it with this crew and these guys, and thankful that I have this opportunity. And thankful for all the support and the viewership and all the Michigan fans out there that are celebrating, just like we are, because it's, games like this don't happen often at all. Like this magnitude, the intensity, the ending, the finish, like just the emotion of it all, the momentum, the swings. It's truly surreal that we're here, and thankful that I got to be a part of this.
I can only say the same. William and Dan, a fantastic call tonight. For Kelin Flynn, our lead broadcaster and president of the sports department at WCBN, William Gregory and Daniel Olson, I'm Owen Crain. Happy New Year. Michigan is on its way to a national championship. Good night. Go Blue.